The Bills get shut out in preseason game number 2, 38-0 in Chicago. Mike White started the game at quarterback. He only went 4 of 11 for 54 yards in the game. Bills defensive back Jordan Hancock, who might have been one of the few bright spots during the game, left it with a shoulder injury in the third quarter, and he did not return. Sal's got his arrow up, arrow down piece on our website at WGR550.com. Spoiler alert, it's a lot of arrow down for last night's loss. Bills at Bucks wraps the preseason next Saturday at 7:30. Josh Allen has not played yet in the preseason. He has said, though, that he doesn't think he needs to. The Bengals are willing to talk trade on star edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. Diana Rossini reports Bengals have been engaged in trade talks for weeks and that they want an impact player and a draft pick in return. Jordan Schultz reports the Panthers, Colts, and Browns have all reportedly been in on Hendrickson. Schultz also reporting that the Washington Commanders are shopping their starting running back, Brian Robinson. He is in the final year of his rookie contract. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski says he plans to name his Week 1 starting quarterback this week. Most expect that to be Joe Flacco. And Giants fans may be getting a little worried about wide receiver Malik Neighbors. He has not practiced in 11 days, and now he has a back injury in addition to a shoulder injury and a toe injury. PGA Tour, Scotty Scheffler wins the BMW Championship by 2, coming back to beat Robert McIntyre. He chipped in on 17 to propel him to win. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I was also going to make a joke like Victory Monday. Well, it's not a Victory Monday, guys. Here we go. 803-0550. We'll start with the phone number. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe. Happy Monday. Not a lot of sleep for this guy.
No, I mean, you're up to an Bill's squad show after the game, and it's an 8 o'clock preseason game. Who's scheduling that?
Yeah, that's
come on.
That's what we call grinding. Love of the game. Love of the game. Love of the game right there.
Right to the very end. You didn't think
we
just record this one at halftime, fellas.
We did start with like 8 minutes left.
It was 28-0 at halftime. Like, I think the story might be written here a little bit.
There's plenty to get to on the game, and we'll talk about Sean McDermott's comments as the Bears get a 38-0 beatdown of the Bills. And they have another embarrassing performance in the preseason, which you shouldn't be embarrassed about because it's the preseason, and they sat most of their players of consequence. It's a second straight year they get roasted by the Bears. So take that for what it's worth. They also have had not up to our standard games before, and whatever. That's fine. Part of last night's game, if you went to bed early, consider yourself lucky. If you skipped it, consider yourself possibly lucky. One review I have of this game is, I'm going to make a golf comparison. Shocker. But when you're at a golf course and you see a group that is painfully slow, and they aren't letting someone through. When I see those moments, I feel physical anxiety for those people because I can't imagine what it's like to not know you're ruining everything here. You're ruining this course. You're destroying the pace of play. I feel anxiety for that they don't know that.
Right.
That's how I felt about the officials last night.
Oh, man.
Another flag?
If the Bills...
What are you doing?
I think the Bills had a tough night. Stripes.
Another review? Guys, what's going on out there? The commissioner should have called. Fellas, folks, this is a preseason Sunday game in Chicago. We do not need to be reviewing these plays. Redo the second half kickoff. Do not do that. Why would anyone think you should do that? This is the group, again, that's slowing people down. Guess I got to go back to the tee and tee off again. No, you don't. Mm-hmm. Pick up and concede the hole. Right. No one cares here, folks. That game was a disaster on every level. That was a preseason game we were subject to. The Sunday night crew, we got Greg Olson. We got a grade A broadcast.
Olson. Yeah.
A top-tier broadcast and officials that were paid by the word.
Yeah. How about the review of the spot of the ball to inevitably get a challenge on a play that was
beautiful,
so clearly a drop. And, we wasted, 8 minutes?
Remember, Joe, that's going to streamline things, right?
Yeah, well,
streamline it.
Get the counter ready. Number one on preseason for everybody.
My favorite part of that was when Pereira they asked him about the Hawkeye, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be pointless. I don't know why we're doing this.
Not only did he say it's going to be pointless, he said the league is really eager, or did he use the word hot?
He's hot.
The league is really hot to show this off.
Which is why they did McDermott want to challenge it, and they're like, hey, Sean, just keep it in your pocket for a minute because we want to show this off a little bit.
We got to show off this technology that doesn't change anything. Mm-hmm. This technology, the league, I feel like I'm just patting my own self on the back here, but I told you all the time, they want people to think they have solved the problem.
Yeah.
And that's why they're hot to show it, because they still think that 40% of viewers will be like, well, hey, the chip's in the ball. I guess they were short, which, of course, is not how it works. Oh, man. Officiating. Mike Pereira. In that review, also in the first quarter, he said, guys, I'm assuming that blah, 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 blah. He's just guessing. A rules analyst comes on the screen in the first quarter of a preseason game to tell you he's just guessing what's happening on the field. It is 6:07 a.m. on a Monday, and we are here talking about 38-0 beatdown and officiating. Well, the Bills get smoked by the Bears.
Yeah, they had what was it? 120 something yards of total offense. What did they have? Frank Gore had half their offense last night.
Yeah,
I know that. The final numbers came to 180, and he had 81. Of the 180. 528 to 180. If that were a regular season game, it'd be one of the biggest disparities in NFL history in terms of total yardage. 528 to 180. Caleb Williams played, so that helps, right?
He was great.
I had one group chat. The guys actually went away for a fantasy football weekend this week, and they're all like, look at this disaster in the first quarter. I'm like, guys, settle down. Look who's covering DJ Moore.
Right.
Codrington. Codrington is covering DJ Moore. He's a punt returner. They don't care enough to put a real corner on him. They've got the punt returner covering the number one receiver. You don't have to care about it, especially the Bears starters. Just torching the Bills. Andreessen's covering Colston Loveland.
Right. Andreessen in coverage, which is something the Bills would try to avoid an awful lot. You do not want him in coverage, and he's covering Colston Loveland.
Right. In space, did he go 9th overall? He was a top 10 pick, wasn't he?
Yep.
So, they had backups in against starters. I don't know if that's the excuse for the second half, them still getting 0 points. But that at least was the start of the game for me. This should look like this. The Bears are playing their guys, and the Bills are not. How many starters were even in for the Bills? One? Cole Bishop?
It's Cole Bishop.
And not that he looked great either, but...
And there was one other... Josh Palmer played briefly.
He caught,
snaps.
I got him here. 1 catch for 2 yards.
Okay.
For Josh Palmer. Yep.
Cole Bishop. I guess we'll have to decide how worried we should be about Cole Bishop and how worried the Bills will be about Cole Bishop. He's a young player who's not been on the field, and McDermott in postgame said he needs the reps. He was on a rep count. He might have played more, so he's still kind of coming back from whatever the injury is, right? He's still working on that because he's on a rep count. And he got torched, I guess. some of that's probably not his fault on every one of those plays. Maybe he misdiagnoses something. Maybe he's a little slow to get someplace. Or maybe the rest of the defense is also backups. I mean, I saw a lot of reaction to Damar Hamlin out there again. Like, right, backup safeties. Like, these are your backups against the Bears starters. And the Bears, I thought this was a good point made by Jerry Ostrowski last night as I was listening to what he had to say. And he said the Bears, they want to prove a point. They want to tell everybody, we're here, take us seriously. It's Ben Johnson. He's got stuff to gain. It doesn't count in the standings, but it's a home game. It's the debut of, his new-look offense in Chicago. And what are the Bills? The Bills are not quite Tiger Woods in a practice round where you want to try some funky stuff, but they don't really care.
The Bills are what would be the right sport here? This is gym class. Yes. And the Bills are the starting quarterback on the varsity football team. And guess what we're doing in gym class today, guys? We're playing flag football.
Right.
And here come the Bears, trying to go 100 miles an hour. And what's the varsity quarterback doing?
Sitting on the side.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, throwing paper airplanes. Who cares? I don't need to do this.
That's kind of a little bit of how I felt about last night's games. The Bills McDermott will talk like he cares and he has to, I think, and maybe you would believe that he really does to some degree, but their lineup would tell you that they don't really care if they lose this football game.
Right.
No one's going to remember it. Right?
Nope.
What do you remember about preseasons? I guess they got shellacked by the Bears last year, but vaguely. And the Steelers once had the greatest preseason of all time and then won 8 games. So
last 2 years ago, right? The Kenny Pickett preseason.
Yeah, they were perfect in 4 preseason games.
The 0-16 Lions famously went 4-0.
Yep. Yeah, there's a million examples.
A million. And what do you remember about the preseason? If they get hammered by the Bears next year, we'll say, oh, you know what? They got hammered by the Bears last year too.
Yeah, I did remember. I tweeted out the screenshot. Maybe I jinxed them that they did once upon a time come back from 27 down against the Bears in a preseason game.
Yeah.
But they did not do that last night.
The Chiefs last year went 0-3 in the preseason, also lost to the Bears.
Okay.
Lost to the Bears, Lions, and the Jaguars.
Maybe the Bears are just trying too hard in the preseason.
Well, it used to be the Ravens. The Ravens were the team that always tried and won in the preseason.
Yeah, that's right.
But I do think McDermott saying not up to their standards, that's... If you want to dig deep on what a coach is supposed to do... Right, he's the guy that sets the tone for every practice. So when they get back to practice, what's he going to do? Walk in, slap backs, and say, fellas, no big deal. No, you can't.
He won't do that.
He can't do that. He's got to talk about the reps that mistakes were made. And for the players that are depth players that are trying to make this roster, whether that's Tyrell Shavers, who had a nice performance from him, if it's... Landon Jackson, you're wanting to see him win his reps. If it's Cole Bishop, whatever. You've got young players out there. They want to get them up to speed in the program and get their results from it. So, he's going to treat this as not the end of the world, but he's mad about it, and I think he has every right to be because they're pretty brutal. They're pretty brutal. But from a game plan perspective, right? What are you going to do? And if it's Josh Palmer or if it's Elijah Moore missing a couple of catches, he had a couple of drops. If you want to talk about other concerning things in the preseason, Curtis Samuel didn't play, of course, because he's not playing because he's hurt all the time. So you've got your stuff.
The backup quarterbacks. I don't know.
The backup quarterbacks, Trubisky played with an offensive line that looked like the Bills decided to roll the dice like they're playing Yahtzee. Every player, shake it up, boom. All right, let's go with Chase Lunt at right guard and shake it up again. All right, Vandemarks at left tackle. They were moving everybody around. So if you missed the game, you missed very little. You saw the Bills' uniforms and Brandon Beane in an interview with Greg Olson and who was the play-by-play guy last night? I forgot.
Joel Micheletti? No, that's not right.
Whoever it was. I thought his name was Josh.
Okay.
Josh Allen on the sidelines doing an interview about getting married. We get those a lot this year. You know, it is what it is. So happy preseason. One more, and that'll be against the Bucs. And I wonder how much Cole Bishop will play in that game. I really think if there's one thing to come out of this game, I think it should be, well, whatever. Again, Bishop's out there trying to cover up for everybody else who's making mistakes too. But Bishop's been a story all year. They're leaning into him. They're trusting him. And he needs the reps. He needs the work. And McDermott's saying he needs the reps. is whatever. It's a statement to they got to try and get things on the same page by the time they play Baltimore. And I'm not sure if Bishop and Rapp will be, but it'll be a story all season long how long it takes those two to kind of spin up to speed and get where they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do anything last night that would have made me any more hopeful about what he'll look like at the start of the year, if he's even out there. I'm also wondering about who makes the team at receiver again. Shavers looked okay yesterday. He didn't get the ball a lot. There's 2 Elijah Moore drops in there yesterday.
Yeah.
And I got everyone in the Bills media tweeting out like, oh, not a lock for the roster. Like that was just like, it felt like that one was like in the drafts from everybody, just waiting for a moment. And then there it was. And then like, it might not be a lock. And I thought that more about Samuel, but you know, there's a couple drops by Moore, only caught 1 pass on 4 targets. And he's playing out there. So in a game where most of your important guys aren't playing a lot.
Well, they've got a thing here, and this is less about preseason and more about roster construction. Did you see Joe Biscaglia of The Athletic suggest that Ogunjobi could be a cut candidate?
I did not see that, no.
Okay. Which, if he were to be
suspended.
Right. If he were to be cut, the Bills would eat so much dead cap for a guy that like you just sign and cut. And here's Samuel and Moore. I mean, Samuel probably makes the team because of contract. And Moore, if he were not to make the team, I mean,
Moore's cap hit is exactly the same whether he's on the team or not.
Okay.
It's $2.5 million.
Yeah,
it's $2.5 million if he makes the team, and it's the dead cap figure is $2.5 million.
Right. That's because they gave him $2.5 guaranteed on a 1-year deal to round out the receiving core after they went to the draft and didn't take anybody of significance. Right. They go with Elijah Moore, which all right, that could be a good idea. And here we are. It is August 18th, and he might not make the team.
So really, like, I don't know what the better way to do that would be. Who's saving you more money? You release Elijah Moore today, savings $0. You release Curtis Samuel today, and it's $400,000. Like, really, it's the same thing, right? Like, so you kind of have the money tied up in both of them, and I don't know. Do they feel like they'd rather have neither of them right now?
Yeah. Doesn't it feel like you'd rather have?
I don't know. I don't know if that should be true of Moore. Samuel's not on the field. Like camp, maybe it's been quiet for him, but has anyone said he's had a bad camp? Maybe that's part of the message last night is that hey, his camp hasn't gone that well, and now here's a couple drops in a preseason game. But we haven't been coming in every day saying like, oh man, Elijah Moore looked rough today.
No, that's right. And I shouldn't say you'd rather have neither of them on the team because you don't want to elevate like a KJ Hamler and Christian Wilkerson, but.
KJ Hamler.
It is a position.
He looks good when the ball's in his hands.
He does. He looks fast.
He's fast.
It is a position that occasionally we do talk about, and sometimes it tends to get memorable. But anyway, the Bills lose to the Bears, 38-0. Final tail of the tape in yardage was 523 to 180, and Frank Gore Jr. looked pretty good. Other than that, you had Frank Gore Jr. and Shavers, and Jordan Hancock looked good before he left with a shoulder injury.
Yeah.
He said in the locker room he's fine. So for what it's worth, we'll see if he is fine. He said he's fine. We'll get some calls in. You want to react on the Bills' second preseason game? Have at it. We're here to tell you what happened, bring you the sounds from it, and don't accuse us of freaking out. We all stayed up to watch a game on a Sunday night that ended up 38-0 and was a flag-ridden slog. So cut everybody some slack. Mike in Connecticut leads us off. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Just a couple things. I usually come a little bit more organized, but I haven't called the show in a while. But I would say I'm probably in one of the top percentile of optimistic Bills fans. But it was so bad. I went to bed last night at like the third quarter. But just a few things I want to point out. I don't know how, there's a few. The first one is I don't know how Dane Jackson can make this roster. I thought, he was in that bucket of like Levi Wallace and, Kevin Johnson when we got him from the Texans. Like, just that like complimentary cornerback to that, is solid. But I understand he was not out there with starters. But one, I don't know how he is rosterable. Two, I don't like to overreact because I like to give guys times, but I've just been super unimpressed with Landon Jackson. And it just looks like he's so slow. Like he doesn't move that great laterally. And I don't know. I'm very interested to see what the Bills do with the defensive line because I feel like regardless with Ogunjobi and Hoyt having suspensions, I just don't know who the Bills are, going to have to make a tough decision on. It's like you draft Dwayne Carter in the 3rd round, and some people thought he played well last night. I wasn't just watching Dwayne Carter, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the Bills do. And in terms of the last 2 things I'll say is the wide receiver room. Obviously I don't know everything or watch every single thing about special teams, but I've really liked Shavers. I think he's been really consistent, and I like the steady growth. And for the most part, he seems sure-handed. Last night, Elijah Moore, higher pick. He just looks so underwhelming. And lastly, I'll say, I know the Bills were shuffling around people last night, but I don't know, Ryan Vandermark, especially being a guy who's been around, I just unimpressed, and just kind of want to hear your guys' thoughts on that. And obviously it's preseason. I don't like to overreact, but I don't know. There's certain things that I feel like you expect from guys who have been in the locker room a little bit longer, and that's it.
A couple things, Mike. I got 2. Quick on Landon Jackson. He definitely does not look fast or agile or bendy, and that's some of the stuff you heard about him. He's supposed to be like a power guy, power defensive end. He might be really good at setting the edge for them. He's a young player, but if you're looking for bendy, twitchy pass rusher Landon Jackson, I just don't think that's who he is.
No.
And then on the receiver room, and this is something I thought on the way in today. Consider that for a moment. How much I think about wide receivers, and I had this thought today in the 5 o'clock hour. I thought, when it's all said and done, all of our how are they going to get by at receiver, it's not going to come down to who we thought it comes down to. It really is going to come down to whether or not Palmer and Coleman are good. Those are the 2 guys that are going to matter on whether or not the receiver room is good. Because Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel or Shavers or toss in the next guy up when somebody gets hurt, these are the 3rd, 4th, 5th receivers on the board, 4th, 5th, 6th. And it's Shakir, who we know is good, and who else is going to be good? Is it going to be Palmer or Coleman? They're going to need one of those 2 to be good, and if one of those 2 is good, then they're probably fine because they got pass-catching backs that they like to use. Kincaid. That's another thing about this game yesterday. There's no presence from tight ends without Kincaid or Knox out there. So
Latu with a bad drop yesterday.
Right,
and
Davidson,
not that he was going to make the team anyway.
No, Davidson's had a terrible preseason with lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
So I would almost want to say take it for what it's worth. When this offense is operating the way it wants to, they're utilizing tight ends and backs, and that's an offense last night that didn't really do that.
I will say though, I am disappointed that we are sitting here on August 18th, and it feels like the Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel combo right now is just at a 0 for them. Because, sure, they are not high on the depth chart when you come into to training camp and into the preseason, but both of them had a profile that made me think they could help a lot and make an impact on offense this year. Moore's profile as a player, Samuel, some things he's done in the past, not with the Bills last year. And maybe this is not giving Shavers enough credit, or maybe I'm doing too much with the draft status of these players, but I considered Moore and Samuel players that could help them a lot on offense this year. And as good as Shavers has looked in camp and preseason, I just never really give any real possibility to the fact of him making an impact on the offense. Like, he can make the team, and he can come in and block and maybe catch a pass every other game, but I've never considered the possibility that Tyrell Shavers is actually making a week-to-week impact on the offense the way that I considered that for Moore and Samuel.
Yeah.
So for them to be having bad summers here, or if you want to, bad August, if that's even fair to say about them, I think that should be a disappointment.
And that's even if you want to consider Samuel as having a summer, because he's been out the entire time. He missed all of camp.
Right.
And he's getting close to a return. And that's one thing about the Bills' numbers game that'll get interesting. I almost wonder if they wish Samuel was not close, because he's getting close.
Because then you can put him on IR or something. Yeah.
It's going to force a decision on what to do and who's got to go. And, Shavers has done enough to make the team. And whether that's cutting or saying goodbye to Elijah Moore, I don't think you're going to do that with Curtis Samuel. We did get a couple of trades in the NFL yesterday, so maybe
John Mechie was one of them,
right? John Mechie, who has played sparingly.
Yeah, he was a second-round pick. He missed a year with leukemia, and then he's been like a backup for Houston.
Yeah, nice player. He's Alabama. right?
Yes,
John Mechie?
Alabama slot receiver.
Yeah. 803-0550. It's a football Monday to a degree. The Bills get hammered in the preseason in Chicago. They kind of no-show. We'll get you some of Sean McDermott's comments. Pam Oliver on the sideline talking with Josh Allen. We'll get, if you missed that, maybe we can have a conversation about their conversation. She asked him about help in the draft on the offensive side of the ball. So plenty to get to. Hope you enjoyed it last night. Whatever, it's football. Even when the Bills are getting hammered in a preseason game, we still get to watch the Bills. So it was it was an adventure.
0 points, though.
0 points. Caden Davis missed a 57-yard field goal that they got as a gift because it was such a preseason game that the Bears just went for a 4th down at the end of the half.
Yep.
Like, sure, let's do something here. And the Bills went out and tried to kick a field goal, did not get it. On the receivers, on the defensive line, the young additions, on their performance last night. If you want to give us something you saw, we're happy to chat about it with you. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. It is chilly out there. It is quarter zip season.
Yes, it is.
It sure feels like quarter zip season. So make sure you're packing a layer because it is a little chilly this morning. Jeremy and Joe, your calls all day. Sal at 8 here on WGR. Well, the Bills get smoked by the Bears.
Yeah, they had what was it? 120 something yards of total offense. What did they have? Frank Gore had like half their offense last night.
Yeah,
I know that. The final numbers came to 180, and he had 81 of the 180. 528 to 180. If that were a regular season game, it'd be one of the biggest disparities in NFL history in terms of total yardage. 528 to 180. Caleb Williams played, so that helps, right? I mean,
he was great.
I had one group chat. The guys actually I went away with for a fantasy football weekend this week, and they're all like, "Look at this disaster in the first quarter." I'm like, "Guys, settle down. Look who's covering DJ Moore."
Right.
Codrington. Codrington is covering DJ Moore. He's a punt returner. Like they don't care enough to put a real corner on him. They've got the punt returner covering the number one receiver. You don't have to care about it, especially the Bears starters, just torching the Bills. Andreessen's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, Andreessen in coverage, which is something the Bills would try to avoid an awful lot. You do not want him in coverage, and he's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, in space. Did he go 9th overall? Like, he was a top 10 pick, wasn't he?
Yep.
So, like, they had backups in against starters. I don't know if that's the excuse for the second half, them still getting 0 points. But that at least was the start of the game for me. Like, this should look like this. The Bears are playing their guys, and the Bills are not. How many starters were even in for the Bills? One? Cole Bishop?
It's Cole Bishop.
And not that he looked great either, but...
And there was one other. Josh Palmer played briefly.
He caught,
snaps.
I got him here. 1 catch for 2 yards.
Okay.
For Josh Palmer. Yep.
Part of last night's game, if you went to bed early, consider yourself lucky. If you skipped it, consider yourself possibly lucky. One review I have of this game is, I'm going to make a golf comparison. Shocker. But when you're at a golf course and you see a group that is painfully slow and they aren't letting someone through, when I see those moments, I feel physical anxiety for those people because I can't imagine what it's like to not know you're ruining everything here. You're ruining this course. You're destroying the pace of play. I feel anxiety for that they don't know that.
Right.
That's how I felt about the officials last night.
Oh, man.
Another flag?
If the Bills...
What are you doing?
I think the Bills had a tough night. Stripes.
Another review? Guys, what's going on out there? The commissioner should have called. Fellas, folks, this is a preseason Sunday game in Chicago. We do not need to be reviewing these plays. Redo the second half kickoff. Do not do that. Why would anyone think you should do that? This is the group, again, that's slowing people down. Guess I got to go back to the TNT off again. No, you don't. pick up and concede the hole. Right. No one cares here, folks. That game was a disaster on every level. That was a preseason game we were subject to. The Sunday night crew, we got Greg Olson. We got a grade A broadcast.
Olson. Yeah.
A top-tier broadcast and officials that were paid by the word.
Yeah. How about the review of the spot of the ball to inevitably get a challenge on a play that was
beautiful,
so clearly a drop. And we wasted, 8 minutes?
Remember, Joe, that's going to streamline things, right?
Yeah, well,
streamline it.
Bills get romped 38-0 by the Chicago Bears. Back-to-back years where the Bears have smoked the Bills in a preseason game. They get shut out. Mike White started the game at quarterback, went for 54 yards on 4 of 11 passing. The Bills had a lot from Frank Gore Jr., who ended up with 81 yards on the day, but the rest of the team combined ended up with about 100. Bills were outgained in this one, over 500 for the Bears, 180 for the Bills. Jordan Hancock left the game with a shoulder injury, rookie defensive back. He was looking good beforehand, did not return, did say afterwards that he should be okay. Bills at Bucks wraps the preseason. That'll be next Saturday at 7:30. The Bengals are willing to talk trade on Trey Hendrickson. Diana Rossini reporting they have had trade talks for weeks with teams, and the Bengals want an impact player and a draft pick in return. The Commanders are shopping their starting running back Brian Robinson, most likely because they don't want to pay him. He's in the final year of his rookie contract. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski says he'll name his starting quarterback for week 1 this week. Most expect that to be Joe Flacco. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I felt like we had moved in the right direction, holistically coming out of that practice, and it's not that they still don't need work, they do, but tonight was a chance for us to also evaluate some of the other players on our roster, and doing so also hope to keep some of our starters healthy as well. So I was looking forward to seeing some guys with the opportunity tonight step up, and I didn't sense that as much as I'd hoped.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, I think we have found the, maybe not for every team, but for the Bills, the formula. Hey, who's the second preseason game against? Go ahead and schedule a joint practice. We'll get Josh out there for that, and then he won't play in the next game.
Mm-hmm.
Last year it was, it's raining. Maybe he would not have played because you thought he got enough work in the practice. And the Bills went out to Chicago. Josh Allen participates in the joint practice and then does not play in the game. I think it's the perfect answer. You want Josh to get preseason reps. This kind of does do that. You get live reps against another team, and they're all controlled environments. McDermott even said he had the whistle during that practice. So
yeah,
you get close to Josh Allen, he blows that whistle.
Yeah.
It works well, I think, for franchise quarterbacks. So the Bills had their joint practice. The Bears, by reading Bears accounts and Bears media accounts, had some nice plays in the joint practice. The Bills did as well. Keon Coleman with the touchdown. Some nice moments for both sides. We'll talk about it with Sal at 8 o'clock. And then the game is just all Bears. The preseason is to be taken seriously enough where you would wonder if the league wouldn't even call the Bills and say, you know what, why don't you let the Bears drop like 38 on you? How about a 38-0?
That was a nationally televised game, though, yesterday?
Yeah.
It was on Fox. They probably don't want... If you're going to get any casual football fans to watch your game yesterday, you better hope it's like a tied football game. Maybe if someone is looking around last night, like, hey, let me see if you were like this last week. Like, is there a preseason game on tonight? Oh, it's a preseason game on tonight. Bears and Bills. Let me put it on. It's in the second quarter. It's 28-0.
It was tough.
I don't know about this. 28-0.
You're right for casual observers, but any NFL fan would say, like, oh, the Bills are good. I know that. How about the Bears? Ben Johnson. How about it? Looks good. Colston Loveland, Luther Burden, Olamide Zacchaeus.
That guy.
Everybody looked good.
DJ Moore had a couple catches in this game, too. And
the only thing that looked bad from the Bears standpoint is Luther Burden wearing 87. It's really tough. He is going to have to do a lot of work to rescue that number from the land of tight ends. Because
it's been since like Reggie Wayne, since 87 has felt.
A long time since a good receiver wore that number.
It might be Reggie Wayne.
Masin Muhammad. I feel like he's an 87.
That's an 87.
And for Burden to get that number back from the tight ends, he's got a big job ahead of him.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be fantastic. So
he had some big blocks in that game, Burden.
Yeah.
Crack blocks and, good stuff. All right, we'll get some phone calls in. 803-0550. Why are we talking about receiver? Just watching Burden. Mike in Tonawanda. Hey, Mike.
What's going on, guys? I was wondering what you guys think of the idea of bringing in Justin Simmons. It's probably something that should have been done a long time ago. And while we're on the subject, you guys mentioned something. You mentioned Eagles, and I got to bring this up. All the money that the Bills, Bills are strapped with the cap right now, right? Where's all the money going other than Allen? And where are the all-pro players are shown for? Because you look at a team like the Eagles, I mean, they never have being strapped with the cap, and they got a lot of blue chip all-pro players. I still understand, other than Allen and maybe Deion Dawkins, where's all the money?
Yeah.
Where's the all-pro players are show for all that money?
So thanks, Mike, for the phone call. The Eagles did just have a bunch of free agent guys leave, but in cap space, right, the Bills have the least cap space in the league right now, and Philadelphia has a good amount. The Eagles don't pay a lot of you know what, let me pull up their contracts. They have high-priced guys, the Eagles do, right? If you just go on cap hit this year, it's Hurts, Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, Mailata, Goddard, Devonta Smith. But what the Eagles do, there's a couple things. One, they move a ton of money in void years forward, so they lower cap hits in a big way. Like Barkley just got a big extension. His cap hit this year is $6 million. Devonta Smith's is $7.5. Zach Bond just signed a deal. His cap hit is $4.3. The Eagles have 5, count them, 5 double-digit cap hits this year, and that's not a lot, right? You want to know where all the money is for the Bills? There's probably a really good scientific way to do this. The Bills also have 5 cap hits in the double digits. They do have 3 guys with $9 million cap hits, and that's Daquan Jones, Curtis Samuel, and Connor McGovern that are 9. So if you go 8 and above, the Bills have a bunch. And how many above 8 do the Eagles have? Still only those 5.
Yeah.
So
it's guys that you paid years ago that you're not necessarily wanting to extend right now. Isn't that it? Right? In fact, they did this with Milano where they actually shed a year off his contract. You're not comfortable right now with saying to Matt Milano at 30 years old, coming off all those injuries, hey, cap it's $12 million a year. We want to extend you for 3 more years to get that lower. You wouldn't do that with Milano right now. You wouldn't do that with, maybe you would think they'd do that with Dawson Knox, but they haven't. You wouldn't do it with Daquan Jones.
No.
You wouldn't do it with Curtis Samuel. And I guess you could have thought they would do it with McGovern, but it's almost interesting to me that they haven't done it with McGovern. To say he's been the center, he made that position switch, and it's looked pretty good. And still, $9.3 million, that feels like a natural, hey, 3 more years, and let's get that number down to 4. And they've said no. Well, so far they've said we're not interested.
So where's all the money? Is it on middle-class contracts?
I think so. It's on middle-class contracts, and it's on, And the other part of that is where the all-pro players for the money you're spending. I mean, they're not really paying anybody a all-pro number, right? Like,
no, but
Dawkins starts approaching that a little bit.
You can't really do that because for the Eagles, again, A.J. Brown's cap hit is 17, which is $3 million more than Dawson Knox, and he's asking specifically about the Eagles here.
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert's cap hit is 10. Knox's is 14. The Eagles spread the money out more than almost any team. The Bills use void years like this as well. I don't want to get too far in the weeds. One of the reasons, this kind of gets to it again, like one of the reasons I always want to talk about drafting receivers is because the Bills have 2 to 3 guys on this team where the money is just kind of doesn't match up with what they get. Samuel is one of them. Elijah Moore, 2.5. Like, that's off the street. Like, okay, that's not a lot of cap space. I can't worry about that too much. Josh Palmer's 11 per year for 3 years. Like, that cap hit's going to show up eventually.
Yep.
I just think the Bills have a mindset of draft and develop and pay your guys and keeping good players, which Bean talked about that last night on the broadcast, that this is something we want to do. We've talked about it. He mentioned the Pagulas as part of this and McDermott. Draft and develop and sign your own. And this year it was 5 guys that they drafted and developed and signed their own. So should you sign every B player or should you say, no thanks, they're not A-plus guys? The Bills have a mindset of keep the B guys, keep the B-plus guys, keep maybe even the B-minus guys because it's better that than, going into the desert on some of these positions. So I don't know, Mike. I hope that answers it as best we can. It's probably not exactly the right answer, but what the Eagles do, a lot of it is they push so much money into the future. If you're just doing it by year, like multi-year cap table. Let me pull that up for the Eagles.
Yeah, because I would guess 5 years from now the Bills have a lot of space and the Eagles have the least in the league.
Well, the Bills I think the Bills have the second least, and that's in part because of Allen being signed.
Sure,
but right, if you just look at 2030. The Eagles have $148 million committed in 2030.
Already? That's crazy.
The Niners have 92. The Bills have 89. The Jags 77. But that means the Eagles have almost twice as much money committed in 2030 as the Bills. Okay. And that is not money for players that are going to be playing in 2030.
No, they'll most of those guys probably are gone.
Right. They're expecting to just say, who cares about the cap? We're going to be fine.
Right.
So, and that number, by the way, if you go off of 2030 and go to 2029, 28, 27. The Bills have lots of money committed in those years. They're near the top. They're kind of near the top of money and committed right now to 2027, 2028, the Bills are, and 2029, they're number 2. And then 2030, that's where the Eagles have far and away the most. So some of it's contract structuring. Maybe this comes up because you're wondering about, hey, Trey Hendrickson, right? The Bengals are listening to offers on Trey Hendrickson. Can the Bills make that work? They'd need to find $19 million in cap space now, and that's not an easy thing to do.
No,
I mean, it's an easy thing to in hindsight, go say, I don't need this guy or this guy or this guy, but you can't do that in hindsight. Thanks, Mike. Justin Simmons, you did mention Justin Simmons.
He was in Atlanta last year. After being in Denver for a while and looking at his Pro Football Focus stuff, that went okay, but not great. 32 years old. I don't know, what am I going to hear immediately about that idea? Sal's voice in my head, how they love their safeties to have all the reps and experience in the system, right? And a guy walking off the street and starting, talent level, that might be there, but I guess I'm not sure that they would be willing to just start a guy at that position off the street compared to other positions.
It is a spot that I saw Jay Skursky of the News tweeting this last night. Their addressing of the safety spot behind Cole Bishop was, re-signing Hamlin and adding Derek Forrest for, almost nothing.
If we heard from him at all.
Right. And so the day of the draft, or 2 days before the draft, Malachi Starks came up as an idea, and Sal, told us they're not going to take a safety. They like their guys. They like Rapp and Bishop. And we'll see how that comes together. Those two need reps. I wonder if we would be talking about them no matter what, if they still needed reps. It's a real prove-it position for us, right? A lot of their other spots have guys we know are good. Linebacker, fine. Good. Great even.
Yep.
With Bernard and Milano. Corner, I know Benford's great. Trey White, okay, we'll see. First-round pick, Maxwell Hairston. Like, there's a lot of pedigree there, and there's at least one elite guy holding it down. Defensive line. Ed Oliver's paid. Rousseau's paid. Epenesa's a veteran. Bosa has had success. Like, if you're looking around the Bills' defense, the position to be confident, there's a few. And I think safety is one where almost no matter what, until we actually see them in the regular season, we're going to wonder, is that going to work with Rapp and Bishop? And I watched over the weekend, or just before the weekend, Brett Coleman of the Bootleg Football Podcast, who does hour and 20-minute breakdowns of every team. I mentioned this on Friday, Joe, when you were off. Mm-hmm. And he basically said, for the Bills, they're going to be great again. They're going to be great, and they're going to play Kansas City, and we're going to see what happens if they can finally do the job. But his biggest concern for the Bills this year there were two spots. Defensive tackle, have they done enough? And safety, can they hold it together? That's it. If you look at PFF grades, all the Bills' safeties grade terribly. Mm-hmm. Brett Coleman went so far as to say you could tell the Bills did not trust their safeties last year by the coverages they called. Mm-hmm. They did not play the normal McDermott defenses. He breaks down the Bills every single year, and what's different? Yeah. Like, their safeties are so problematic that they change the way they play defense to protect their safeties. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if they have to do that this year, if they can get those two on the right page, have it all come together, and kind of, get loose once again. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you're joining us on the YouTube stream, welcome. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, and fire a comment our way as well. If you've never done that, you can jump in and you can join the bullpen as well. Or you can be listening on the app. Give us a call, 803-0550. Sal at 8. The Bills get... there are
a lot of adjectives.
Yeah,
I saw mauled.
Slobber-knockered. They get...
slobber-knockered.
They get waxed. They get bearsed, mauled. Yeah. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The game was a real sock-dologer, is what they say. That's the word I was. And then on the receiver room, and this is something I thought on the way in today. Consider that for a moment. How much I think about wide receivers. And I had this thought today in the 5 o'clock hour. I thought, when it's all said and done, all of our how are they going to get by at receiver, it's not going to come down to who we thought it comes down to. It really is going to come down to whether or not Palmer and Coleman are good. Those are the two guys that are going to matter on whether or not the receiver room is good. Because Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel or Shavers or toss in the next guy up when somebody gets hurt. These are the 3rd, 4th, 5th receivers on the board, 4th, 5th, 6th. And it's Shakir, who we know is good, and who else is going to be good? Is it going to be Palmer or Coleman? They're going to need one of those two to be good, and if one of those two is good, then they're probably fine because they got pass-catching backs that they like to use. Kincaid. That's another thing about this game yesterday. There's no presence from tight ends without Kincaid or Knox out there. So
Latu with a bad drop yesterday.
Right,
and
Davidson,
not that he was going to make the team anyway.
No, Davidson's had a terrible preseason with lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
So, I would almost want to say, take it for what it's worth. When this offense is operating the way it wants to, they're utilizing tight ends and backs, and that's an offense last night that didn't really do that.
I will say, though, I am disappointed that we are sitting here on August 18th, and it feels like the Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel combo right now is just at a 0 for them. Because, sure, they are not high on the depth chart when you come into to training camp and into the preseason, but both of them had a profile that made me think they could help a lot and make an impact on offense this year. Moore's profile as a player, Samuel, some things he's done in the past, not with the Bills last year, and maybe this is not giving Shavers enough credit, or maybe I'm doing too much with the draft status of these players, but I considered Moore and Samuel players that could help them a lot on offense this year. And as good as Shavers has looked in camp and preseason, I just never really give any real possibility to the fact of him making an impact on the offense. Like, he can make the team, and he can come in and block and maybe catch a pass every other game, but I've never considered the possibility that Tyrell Shavers is actually making a week-to-week impact on the offense the way that I considered that for Moore and Samuel.
Justin Simmons. You did mention Justin Simmons.
He was in Atlanta last year after being in Denver for a while, and looking at his Pro Football Focus stuff, that went okay, but not great. 32 years old. I don't know, like, what am I going to hear immediately about that idea? Like, Sal's voice in my head, how, like, they love their safeties to have all the reps and, like, experience in the system, right? And a guy walking off the street and starting, like, talent level, that might be there. But I guess I'm not sure that they would be willing to just start a guy at that position off the street compared to other positions.
It is a spot that I saw Jay Skursky of the News tweeting this last night. Their addressing of the safety spot behind Cole Bishop was, re-signing Hamlin and adding Derek Forrest for, almost nothing.
If we heard from him at all.
Right. And so the day of the draft, or 2 days before the draft, Malachi Starks came up as an idea, and Sal, told us they're not going to take a safety. They like their guys. They like Rapp and Bishop. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how that comes together. Those two need reps. I wonder if we would be talking about them no matter what, if they still needed reps. It's a real prove-it position for us, right? A lot of their other spots have guys we know are good. Linebacker, fine. Good. Great even.
Yep.
With Bernard and Milano. Corner, I know Benford's great. Trey White, okay, we'll see. First-round pick, Maxwell Hairston. Like, there's a lot of pedigree there, and there's at least one elite guy holding it down. Defensive line. Ed Oliver's paid. Rousseau's paid. Epenesa's a veteran. Bosa has had success. Like, if you're looking around the Bills' defense, the position to be confident, there's a few. And I think safety is one where almost no matter what, until we actually see them in the regular season, we're going to wonder, is that going to work with Rapp and Bishop? Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. What is the temperature outside right now? I walked outside, good sleeping weather, had the window open, knew it was going to be chilly, and right now in Buffalo, the temperature is 55.
Love it. Fall weather.
Yeah. High is 74 today, highs in the 70s a lot of this week. We got some rain over the weekend. Jeremy and Joe back here on WGR. Good morning. Buffalo Bills, preseason football Monday. You can give us a ring. We're happy to hear your takeaways, whatever. We're not going to yell at you for taking things too seriously, I don't think, because I don't think anybody really does take things too seriously in the preseason.
I don't even know what you could really go. What would be worthy of getting, like, dude, you're taking it too far.
Sure.
Like the season's in peril because Trubisky and Mike White got blasted 38-0. Like, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Bishop, I guess you could do it about Bishop, right? Like, this dude stinks. Shouldn't play. Shouldn't start. Like, I guess you could go that far with it. He only played 10 snaps. So even that, like, you can't really do that.
I mean, Bishop's out there playing safety, covering over the top as Joe Andreessen's in coverage and Brandon Codrington's a corner.
Right.
And, like, they're not game planning.
That's right.
But
that would be the take today that you could get, I guess, that would just be like too far.
Which, by the way, wouldn't really be any different than what you would have already thought, I don't think, right? Well, if you want to say nervous, it might be the wrong word. I am eager to see Bishop be what the Bills hope he can be.
That's right. Yeah.
It might be hard to see that in the preseason, but McDermott yesterday, we'll get a clip from him, asked if he's concerned about Bishop. He said he's got to play. And he said he's concerned about a lot of things after that game last night. So, you kind of decide how much to read into what he had to say. We'll play it for you when we get back because he listed a couple scenarios that if you wanted to dig deep, you'd wonder how worried he is. Bishop and Rapp just have not played together. And Bishop has not played enough. He needs the reps. It's offseason number 2 for him. He needs reps. 803-0550. Will he play against Tampa? Jeremy and Joe, wide open phones for you. A call on Trey Hendrickson. Let's do that. Let's hear from you. Bills lose 38-0. Sal on the way at 8.
For 2 yards for John.
Part of last night's game, if you went to bed early, consider yourself lucky. If you skipped it, consider yourself possibly lucky. One review I have of this game is, I'm going to make a golf comparison. Shocker. But when you're at a golf course and you see a group that is painfully slow and they aren't letting someone through, when I see those moments, I feel physical anxiety for those people because I can't imagine what it's like to not know you're ruining everything here. You're ruining this course. You're destroying the pace of play. I feel anxiety for that they don't know that.
Right.
That's how I felt about the officials last night.
Oh, man.
Another flag?
If the Bills...
What are you doing?
I think the Bills had a tough night. Stripes.
Another review? Guys, what's going on out there? The commissioner should have called. Fellas, folks, this is a preseason Sunday game in Chicago. We do not need to be reviewing these plays. Redo the second half kickoff. Do not do that. Why would anyone think you should do that? This is the group, again, that's slowing people down. Guess I got to go back to the tee and tee off again. No, you don't. Mm-hmm. Pick up and concede the hole. Right. No one cares here, folks. That game was a disaster on every level. That was a preseason game we were subject to. The Sunday night crew, we got Greg Olson. We got a grade A broadcast.
Olson. Yeah.
A top-tier broadcast and officials that were paid by the word.
Yeah. How about the review of the spot of the ball to inevitably get a challenge on a play that was
beautiful,
so clearly a drop. And, we wasted, 8 minutes?
Remember, Joe, that's going to streamline things, right?
Yeah, well,
streamline it.
The Bills get walloped by the Bears, 38-0 in preseason game number 2. Shutout. Mike White started the game at quarterback. Only put up 54 yards, going 4 of 11 passing. The Bills had an injury to defensive back Jordan Hancock, who was one of the few bright spots in the game. He left in the third quarter, did not return, but did say after the fact that he should be okay. Sal's got his arrow up, arrow down piece at WGR550.com. Spoiler, it's a lot of arrow down. Bills and Bucks will wrap up the preseason next Saturday. That's in Tampa. That'll be a 7:30 kickoff again next Saturday. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Bengals are willing to talk trade on star edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. Reporting is that the Bengals have been engaged in trade talks for weeks. They want an impact player and a draft pick in return, and that the Panthers, Colts, and Browns have all reportedly been in on Hendrickson. Jordan Schultz reports the Commanders are shopping starting running back Brian Robinson. He's in the final year of his rookie contract. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski says he plans to name his week 1 starting quarterback this week, and most expect that to be Joe Flacco. Malik Neighbors has not practiced in 11 days. He has a toe injury, he has a shoulder injury, and now, according to the Giants, he also has a back injury. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm concerned about a lot of things coming off of tonight. We've got to look at the film and really just see who we have, who can help us, what we may need, and then also things that we can just do better execution-wise, fundamentally, those things. So there's a lot that needs to get cleaned up.
That's Bills head coach Sean McDermott on a question about Cole Bishop. Right? Sal Mariano, Democrat and Chronicle, asks about your concern about Bishop, and he says, "I'm concerned about a lot of things. Going to see who we have, who can help us." So whatever. It's preseason. They lost 38-0 to the Bears. The Saints and Jaguars played to a tie. That might be equally as troubling if you're a Jags fan.
We've had a few of those, though, haven't we?
Ties, yeah.
We had a few ties
they just
in the
ended
preseason.
Ties. Happy Monday. Jeremy and Joe with you. It's a football Monday. to a point. It is preseason.
I wonder when the last time the Bills put a 0 up on a scoreboard, preseason or otherwise. Probably been a long time, right? Maybe in the preseason it could have happened recently because, again, we would not remember, right? Or do you think we would? In 3 years, will we remember the Bills get shut out in a preseason game?
Well, the thing about that's a trick is yes, because we remember the goofy things that happened in the preseason.
But that's what I mean.
I would never remember that the Lions went 4-0 the year they went 0-16 unless it was right. It's interesting that it happened. It's like I don't know. You remember something very odd. If I asked you the weirdest thing you've ever seen at a Bills game, you might remember that and have forgotten the 2nd through 10th weirdest things you've ever seen. We remember the 6-3 Bills-Browns game because it was so
stupid.
It was comically bad.
Right.
Yeah. So 38-0 is, anecdotally, it's interesting.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, the last time the Bills have been shut out at all was the Allen rookie game in Green Bay. That's the last time.
22-0.
Yeah, 22-0. And even before that, you got to go back to 2008.
803-0550, our phone number. So the Bills get hammered. The numbers are not good. They sat a bunch of their starters. I'm happy with that. They got out mostly healthy. We'll see about Jordan Hancock. Connor McGovern says he kind of just tweaked something, so he missed the game and sat out. He said he tweaked his hamstring in Friday's practice, held out as a precaution, said he's feeling good, would have played if it was the regular season. And the Bills, their offensive line, they're down Alec Anderson and Cedric Van Pran Granger and Tylen Grable for this game, so they're even further on the depth chart, mixing and matching pieces all up and down the defensive or offensive line. And, they sat just about everybody of consequence.
So very quickly, they did get shut out in the 2022 preseason finale against Carolina. Go ahead and name the 3 Carolina quarterbacks from that game.
Sam Darnold. Teddy Bridgewater.
Nope. But there is another NFL starter.
Mayfield, that's right. The famous picture.
And then P.J. Walker.
Mayfield, Darnold, and P.J. Walker? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Mayfield in Carolina is completely forgotten.
Couldn't score in the preseason against the Bills.
No, the Bills got shut out.
Oh, the Bills got shut out.
The Bills got shut out, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that game at all. 803-0550. We'll get some calls in. See what you think about it. The joint practice. Sal's coming up at 8 o'clock. So if you watch the game last night and you come away terrified, knowing it's the preseason, definitely tune in at 8 for Sal, because Sal would have been there live at the joint practice where we maybe saw some clips tweeted out or whatever. But we'll get a breakdown of that and a recap of that as well, because that's where the Bills might have done some good things, where not a lot of good things happened at Soldier Field last night. I will say this about Caleb Williams. It's 2 years in a row where he's making really impressive throws against the Bills in the preseason. Mm-hmm. And I think that Ben Johnson might get things to work for him where Matt Eberflus and his staff did not.
Yeah.
His one incompletion for Caleb Williams, his final number was like 6 of 7.
Yep.
His one incompletion was impressive.
What was the incompletion?
He gets flushed and he's rolling to his right, and he fires it and just misses a little bit low.
Yeah.
But a couple times, Williams in that game last night, I know, preseason, Bills backups, you don't have to tell me. But a couple times he spun that ball, and it was like a pro day or a workout. Ooh. If you're a scout, you're watching that. Ooh, look at this. And I will also admit that I had the thought, but I've buried it down deep because it's the preseason, and we don't have these thoughts in the preseason. But I did have the thought, man, look at Colston Loveland getting open all over the field and being a weapon all over the field.
Yeah, how about that?
But I pushed that down because it's the preseason. Mm-hmm. The preseason is a time where you feel these emotions, and then you think, no, don't do that.
Well,
it's the preseason.
It's confirmation of what you might have already thought, which is, hey, he's got a coach that got Sam Laporta to have like the best rookie season a tight end's ever had, and he was a top 10 pick. So
Loveland was, yeah.
It should work there.
Yeah, I think it will.
Right? Their quarterback is crazy talented. The coach is awesome, and they've got weapons everywhere. It is the Bears, though.
That's right.
And that's one of those teams where it's like, oh, they'll figure out a way to mess it up.
Yeah.
Because they usually find a way to screw it up. But the guys that are in charge there, I would in other circumstances have total confidence in.
One thing I wonder about the Bears and Ben Johnson, like, what kind of cred does Ben Johnson already have? If it doesn't work out, would people be quick to think, well, I guess Caleb Williams doesn't have it? Because Ben Johnson did it with Goff, and Jared Goff was thought to be left for dead, and Ben Johnson is one of the people involved to getting him back to being one of the very most productive quarterbacks in the league.
How would he not be, though? Like, what would it look like? Is it because he's holding on to the ball and taking a million sacks still?
Yeah, I mean,
because if he's doing that and there are guys that are being schemed open, then Johnson will not get blamed for that.
Right, that's right.
But if he's not scheming guys open and Williams is like, I don't know. I guess he doesn't have to escape blame, but I think people are more ready to go after Williams than they are Johnson.
Larry in South Florida. Larry, good morning. Happy Football Monday.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was one of the smarter ones, and after their third touchdown, I said, that's it. I'm going to bed. I mistakenly just did a quick check before half and saw it was 28-0. I was like, okay, I know where this is going. So I'm still concerned. I know it was, our 2s and 3s and 4s, but I'm still concerned with the pass rush. And I know Greg Rousseau is quite a bit younger than Trey Hendrickson. However, I would still love to get Hendrickson here, and I know Cincinnati said they want an impact player and a pick. Now, I don't know. I know Rousseau's got an extension and a healthy contract. I don't know what that does to the cap. But I would definitely offer up Rousseau straight up, or Rousseau in a mid to late round pick, or, and when I bring it up, I'll be the first to bring up the name, and you'll know right away, AJ Epinesa. I'd offer him and possibly a second or third. I'd hate to give up a second. However, I haven't been real thrilled with being second round picks. Got to admit, and if we were able to pull that off, next year has to be, and I'm back on that wide receiver train, first round pick has to be a wide receiver. It's painful to see that we still don't have a legit number one. Again, we got to wait to see what Coleman does. We got to wait to see how Shakir is. Got to see Palmer. I still have faith in Elijah Moore. But to see Burden the third, I forgot his I don't know his first name.
Luther Burden.
Bears last night. Didn't they get him late first round or second round?
Second round.
And second round, yeah. We could have got him because we moved up to got Sanders. And I looked at Sanders last night. I watched him. I wasn't impressed. And Landon Jackson was not impressed. Walker, he does take a couple bodies, so I think in the future that's going to be a good pick. I don't really know that much about Sanders. Jackson, to me, was a waste. I would have used that pick on a receiver because there's going to be receivers that go in the third round that are going to stand out this year. So I'd love to get your thoughts on Hendrickson to see if it's even viable. Bean would have to pull magic. Well, he just did to get Cook. I don't know where he's getting this money from. But like you said, the cap really doesn't matter. They can move stuff around. I would give up Rousseau for Hendrickson or Epinesa and give a higher pick. I'd love your thoughts, fellas.
You definitely cannot do that on Rousseau.
No.
The ship has sailed. Just to entertain Larry's specific request here, you can't do that on Rousseau. The time to do that, if you wanted to do that with Hendrickson and Rousseau, would have been before you extended him. Now that you've extended him and given him a contract and money, it is not feasible to take the dead cap that he would be and then get Hendrickson. There's no way to make that happen.
Yeah, next year specifically.
Yes.
Do you know what it would do to him?
So $20 million dead cap hit?
This year it would only cost the Bills $3 to trade Rousseau. Next year it would be $28.
All right, $28.
And then Hendrickson's deal on top of it.
Right, so now I'm spending $50 million on these two defensive ends. It's one guy's not going to happen.
Right, and reset the Epinesa counter.
Right, Epinesa traded today. Epinesa, that could happen. The problem is Cincinnati. I thought Ian Hart had said the best tweet on this, the best comment on this, and it is so odd what's happening with Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Hendrickson is a great defensive end, and he has outplayed his contract. And here's what Ian Hart wrote: thinking through the best potential fits for Trey Hendrickson if he's traded. What about the Bengals? Legit contender trying to win now with reasonable cap space, but the defense is looking a bit rough with a major need in the pass rush department.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bengals.
Yeah.
They're a great fit for him. But whatever.
They don't want to pay him.
I guess not. There are reports that Carolina is a team that's there. Maybe they want to trade him to the NFC.
That was the only NFC team I saw listed, though.
The other two were
Browns and Colts.
Not going to trade him to the Browns. And the Colts, what are you doing?
I trade the Browns. What are we worried about the Browns for? Go ahead, take them.
The Browns are just going to win games.
Waste away in Cleveland
with Myles Garrett
and Trey Hendrickson. They're try to win games 9-6 every single week.
No,
I don't know what the Colts are trying to do. Are they trying to win?
Probably.
32-year-old pass rusher. I mean, part of it might be that, again, you're at a time in the year where, like, the Bills can't really do it. How many teams can realistically do it? Maybe there are a few, but I don't think is it even half the league?
Yeah, but they can't. And on to follow up one more thing on Burden went 2 picks before the Bills picked, and the Bills moved up with the Bears. So the Bears had multiple picks. The Bears traded down with the Bills after taking Burden. So the idea that you were going to get him, you probably would have had to move up into the second round if you wanted to go for Burden. On receiver, what are we doing here? What do you want from me? I think there were 3 or 4 rounds in this draft they wanted one, and it just didn't fall that way. Isaac Tesla scored again for the Lions. Had a nice play in the preseason.
Nice little back shoulder.
Yeah, Torrey Horton's a name. I think they might wanted him. Isaiah Bond, who did not get drafted because of legal troubles, has since he said he was going to the Browns. Did the Browns finally?
I haven't seen that made official, but there was a thing with him in the Browns. Yeah.
Right, the Bills met with Isaiah Bond 6 times in the pre-draft.
Something like that.
And he's a speedster, so whatever.
He was thought to be like a second-round pick.
Yes, and he didn't get drafted.
Right.
And they met with him a bunch. Private workout, dinner.
Yeah, 4.3 speed.
Yeah. So we'll get to that next year.
He was ranked by Mel Kiper 15th overall, Jordan Reed 23rd overall, Matt Miller 16th overall,
and
Field
did not
Yates
get drafted.
15th overall, 35th overall by Vinny. Like everyone had him as like a first-round pick or like one of the top 5 receivers, and he didn't get drafted because of legal stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see the official Cleveland thing for him. So
he wrote out, his agency did that, like, thank you for the opportunity from the Browns. And I don't know if I've seen that anywhere.
Arrived late last night, set to sign a 3-year deal with the Browns today, but then it was never made official, so I'm not sure why it hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah. Thanks, Larry. 803-0550. The Bills fall to the Bears 38-0. And on their draft class, Hairston's hurt. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Sanders, I think, shows some real good promise. I think people have been, if you've been watching Sanders at camp and even in these games. And Deion Walker does as well. I think Deion Walker is healthy. And last night he's in the backfield on Bajan's shoulder on a play that was ruled a fumble, but then called back incomplete. Landon Jackson, we'll see about that. I think he's living up to the scouting report so far. Powerful, not exactly, bendy or anything like that.
But he's putting zeros up on the stat sheet, right? And I asked Sal about him at camp. He's like, I haven't noticed him. Like, hasn't made a play, hasn't really made a name for himself. Like, it kind of sounds to me like if he wasn't drafted, he would be a player we've never heard of.
All right.
Which, it's preseason.
It's preseason.
It's training camp.
It's
wasn't a pick I liked in the first place, but listen, like that's the type of guy he is. He's a Chris Kelsey type of defensive end to me. You're probably never going to hear his name when he's out there on the field, and he might be doing his job every single play.
Yeah, the Bills.
Right? Is that fair? Like he's the type of defensive end that sets an edge and defends the run. And when Brandon Beane says, like, I want to get Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow on the ground, I'm not sure he's the guy that's going to be doing that.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Joe in Rochester. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, just a quick question about the lone Bills touchdown that got called back, that defensive score. They called it incomplete pass. But I was just wondering, like, your thoughts on it. The first thing that popped into my mind was, well, gee, if it's incomplete, the guy was in the pocket, no wide receiver in the area, the ball didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage. That's the criteria for intentional grounding. And I was just wondering why they didn't even discuss that, and I was just wondering your thoughts.
Well, because if a player is hit, like he's got a defender impeding his ability to throw, And anytime that's going to be the case, like if you get blasted as a quarterback or hit or held and the ball doesn't reach its target, they're not going to call intentional grounding just because they know that you attempted the throw, but you couldn't get it to where it was going.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That'd be my best guess. I mean, I'd consider it a victory they didn't bring Mike Pereira on.
I was going to say, should we call Mike Pereira?
Talk about
and ask him?
But
he was dressed crazy sharp last night for
Pereira
for that job, wasn't he?
Did they let him go home in the second half?
They should have. Did you hear? I didn't hear from him.
If he gets to go home in the second half, then he shouldn't be allowed to be in the first half. We're not going to do this thing, NFL, where the rules officials only show up for the first half of preseason games.
Like, hey, Mike, we're going to talk to Bean. We're going to talk to the Bears guy. We're going to talk to Josh. Like, you can step out. You're good. You can go home.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like getting cut loose when you're working at anywhere, a store, a fast food, like a bar.
Like, what are they going to do?
You're
2 minutes left in the preseason. Like, all right, what do you see here, Mike?
Yeah.
It's 38-0, and there's a offside and a field goal or some stupid thing. Like, I don't know. It looks like he was on the line. And by definition, that's off. Just whatever.
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, guys. Hey, as you're talking about cat guys and all that, what is your take on Curtis Samuel? Did we make a mistake with that and maybe should have just kept Hollins here and let him drift? Because it just seems like he's a player sitting on the bench taking up a spot that is just not producing. I want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
I think the Bills did want to keep Hollins, which begs, I guess it makes me wonder if they had kept Hollins, which they wanted to do.
Yeah. What would be different?
What's different? Do they not have Josh Palmer because they just liked
They probably don't have Elijah Moore.
Okay.
That's probably right?
They sign Hollins and they add Moore also? Or sorry, they add Palmer too?
That would be my guess.
Maybe because Mac Hollins plays on the outside, and now I've got Hollins and Coleman and Palmer outside. Maybe. I just don't know. But on Samuel, he did. The thing about Samuel is he really started to show you how he would fit and what he could do last season in the postseason and at the end of the regular season. He's just not been available. He had turf toe all year early part of the year last year, and that was a reason that things didn't get going. And then he gets to be part of the lineup, and he plays. And he made a big difference in the Denver game. So I feel like with Samuel, if you didn't have that little month and a half, 2 months at the end of last season, this would be louder. And right now, what are the Bills' options? Try to trade him while he's hurt. That's tough.
Yeah, who's going to want him?
Or do you see what he did and think, we've seen what it is. We just want that. Is he much different than... Boy, I'm trying to think of who else they've signed like this, where they know it works, and if they wait for it, they could get the returns they want.
Like through injury?
Yeah.
I don't know, guys that it's ended up working for after the fact. I don't know how those guys get in. Thinking about remember O.J. Howard dealt with some nagging stuff when he was here, and they just cut that. They just said it was a 1-year deal,
and they guaranteed him some money. That was money lost.
But they said we're good. We don't need to wait for this.
Yeah.
We're gonna let it go. And then he never did anything in the league after that. So they might have made the right call. I don't know. Is there an example of a guy that they really had to wait for? I mean, no, not that. I mean, they tried to wait for Tre'Davious White for a long time.
Yeah.
Then he gets the Achilles tear.
He got hurt again.
And now he's back, so I don't know. I can't. I'd love to see it go well. I like the player, but how would it look? Or how could it happen? Shakir's got a high ankle sprain. If Samuel were to get back on the practice field today and he stays healthy now through to the start of the year, I mean, I could see him, hey, Shakir's got a high ankle sprain. Maybe they don't want to put him in 100% of his role yet. So what does Curtis Samuel do? He plays out of the slot. He gets yak plays. He gets the stuff that Shakir does, and you feed him out of the gates. But what does that sound like? He hasn't practiced in a month?
Right. It'd be one thing if he was available right now. You'd probably get a really good look at it because of the injury to Shakir.
I would think he was in line for a role in week 1.
Yeah.
Because of Shakir dealing with an injury that can nag you early on. But he's just not. You can't say that about him. Hasn't practiced in a month. Or close to it.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It is a victory. No, definitely not a victory.
It's definitely not a victory.
Well, hold on.
Unless injuries?
Yeah. Dane Jackson looks to be about it. I'll call that a victory Monday.
And Jordan Hancock.
Not Dane Jackson, sorry.
Jordan Hancock.
Jordan Hancock, yeah. So, sure. The preseason's about getting out healthy.
Yeah.
And when they warmed up all their starters on the sidelines and on the field before the game, that was a victory. Good decision to not put Josh Allen out there.
I would agree. Did not need to put. I did. I asked my buddies last night because they were all complaining about the game. Like, I think Josh should start the second half. Just see if he could do it. You're down 28-0. You want to just see if you could do it, Josh? Well, in one half, can you beat the Bears' third stringers 28-0 in a half?
Sounds like a reality show.
Sounds like a good idea. Good thing they didn't do that.
Right. Don't want that. What else happened in the preseason over the weekend? Anybody else?
Ollie Gordon in Miami, named to know in the fantasy world.
Power back
Was a Heisman candidate going into last year, but then he got a DUI. Remember that? Because Mike Gundy said like the most ridiculous quote a coach has ever said in the history of football.
I don't remember the quote.
The quote was like, "Oh, we've all kind of like we've all done that, haven't we?"
Right.
And then he said his punishment was going to be he's going to give him more carries. So, anyways, that guy,
that's tough.
Who was again a Heisman candidate before all that happened, got drafted in the 6th round, and he's been like dominating in Miami.
And that's one thing. If you're
and HN got hurt.
got hurt. If you're someone that's looking for like flyers, a power back on Miami when Miami is intent on proving they can run the ball with power.
Oh yeah,
like it's very much Miami's talking a lot about needing to be tougher, meaner, more physical,
right,
and kind of change the idea that they're just this finesse team. So, all right, Ollie Gordon.
Yeah, he's the name to know.
File it away.
And Jalen Wright, the other back there, fumbled. He fumbled at least once in this preseason game. So like everything is trending up right now for Gordon.
You might get fooled by running backs running over guys in the preseason because it's these are a lot of backups. Ashton Jeanty ran over a Niners player.
Yes, he did.
And there was one other guy that I'm trying to think of a truck stick out there.
Gordon bulldozed a dude.
Gordon did.
Someone else maybe.
There's one more. Oh, Trevion Henderson through the Vikings defense.
Oh yeah. He looks good.
His if you're trying to get Henderson good luck, his draft stock is through the roof based on like 2 preseason games.
Yeah. Well, and one of those was a kick return touchdown that wouldn't even counted for fantasy.
Right. 803-0550. Sal, to make everybody feel a little better, maybe, arrow up and arrow down. There'll be a lot of arrows down. But mainly, we'll get to the game with Sal at 8 o'clock. I want to talk about the joint practice and find out what happened there, how that looked. Josh Allen, the starters, they played a lot in the joint practice on Friday. Jeremy and Joe, if you have a phone call you want to throw our way, we were wide open, and take your calls on the other side here on WGR. Justin Simmons. You did mention Justin Simmons.
He was in Atlanta last year after being in Denver for a while and looking at his Pro Football Focus stuff. That went okay, but not great. 32 years old. I don't know. Like, what am I going to hear immediately about that idea? Like, Sal's voice in my head, how like they love their safeties to have all the reps and like experience in the system, right? And a guy walking off the street and starting, like talent level, that might be there. But I guess I'm not sure that they would be willing to just start a guy at that position off the street compared to other positions.
It is a spot that I saw Jay Skursky of the News tweeting this last night. Their addressing of the safety spot behind Cole Bishop was, re-signing Hamlin and adding Derek Forrest for, almost nothing.
If we heard from him at all.
Right. And so the day of the draft, or 2 days before the draft, Malachi Starks came up as an idea, and Sal, told us they're not going to take a safety. They like their guys. They like Rapp and Bishop. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how that comes together. Those two need reps. I wonder if we would be talking about them no matter what, if they still needed reps. It's a real prove-it position for us, right? A lot of their other spots have guys we know are good. Linebacker, fine. Good. Great even.
Yep.
With Bernard and Milano. Corner. I know Benford's great. Trey White, okay, we'll see. First-round pick, Maxwell Hairston. Like, there's a lot of pedigree there, and there's at least one elite guy holding it down. defensive line. Ed Oliver's paid, Rousseau's paid, Epenesa's a veteran, Bosa has had success. Like, if you're looking around the Bills' defense, the position to be confident, there's a few. And I think safety is one where almost no matter what, until we actually see them in the regular season, we're going to wonder, is that going to work with Rapp and Bishop?
I would give up Rousseau for Hendrickson or Epinesa and give a higher pick. I'd love your thoughts, fellas.
You definitely cannot do that on Rousseau.
No.
The ship has sailed. Just to entertain Larry's specific request here, you can't do that on Rousseau. The time to do that, if you wanted to do that with Hendrickson and Rousseau, would have been before you extended him. Now that you've extended him and given him a contract and money, it is not feasible to take the dead cap that he would be and then get Hendrickson. There's no way to make that happen.
Yeah, next year specifically.
Yes.
Do you know what it would do to him?
So $20 million dead cap hit?
This year it would only cost the Bills $3 to trade Rousseau. Next year it would be $28.
All right, $28.
And then Hendrickson's deal on top of it.
Right, so now I'm spending $50 million on these two defensive ends. It's one guy's not going to happen.
Right, and reset the Epinesa counter.
Right, Epinesa traded today. Epinesa, that could happen. The problem is Cincinnati. I thought Ian Hart had said the best tweet on this, the best comment on this, and it is so odd what's happening with Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Hendrickson is a great defensive end, and he has outplayed his contract. And here's what Ian Hart wrote: thinking through the best potential fits for Trey Hendrickson if he's traded. What about the Bengals? Legit contender trying to win now with reasonable cap space, but the defense is looking a bit rough with a major need in the pass rush department.
Yeah,
the Bengals. Yeah. They're a great fit for him, but whatever.
They don't want to pay him?
I guess not. There are reports that Carolina is a team that's there. Maybe they want to trade him to the NFC.
That was the only NFC team I saw listed, though.
The other two were
Browns and Colts.
Not going to trade him to the Browns. And the Colts, what are you doing?
I trade the Browns. What are we worried about the Browns for? Go ahead, take them.
The Browns are just going to win games.
Waste away in Cleveland
with Myles Garrett and
Trey Hendrickson. They're going to try to win games 9-6 every single week.
No,
I don't know what the Colts are trying to do. Are they trying to win?
Probably.
32-year-old pass rusher. I mean, part of it might be that, again, you're at a time in the year where, like, the Bills can't really do it. How many teams can realistically do it? $38-0 Bears over the Bills in preseason game number 2. Last night, Josh Allen did not play in the game. This was Mike White and then Mitch Trubisky in the game. Sal's got his arrow up, arrow down piece, WGR550.com. It's a lot of arrow downs. Jordan Hancock left the game with an injury in the third quarter. Said he should be okay, though, after the game. He looked good before that, was one of the few arrow ups in that game. Bills and Buccaneers will wrap the preseason. That'll be Saturday at 7:30. Elsewhere around the NFL, a Trey Hendrickson trade could be on the way in Cincinnati. The Bengals have been talking for weeks with other teams. The Colts, Browns, and Panthers have been mentioned. Cincinnati wants a impact player and a draft pick back in return. But the Browns will name their starting quarterback this week, most expected to be Joe Flacco. Malik Nabers is not practicing 11 days in a row now. He has a back injury that's in addition to a shoulder injury and a toe injury. Also, the Commanders are shopping their starting running back Brian Robinson for trade. He's in the final year of his deal. Scotty Scheffler wins the BMW Championship, chipped in on 17 in the highlight reel last night, and it's the biggest deficit he ever overcame in a final round. He was 4 shots back going into Sunday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
To the dismay of a lot of fans, they didn't feel like the Bills really addressed your side of the ball during the draft, went more defense. What's your assessment of the job that was done during the draft, and were you looking for more?
Listen, I trust our front office. I trust our coaching staff to develop the talent that we have here. All I have to do is focus on going out there and then getting it to the right people and then whoever's open. That's my job, and make sure that our offense is trying to roll in on all cylinders, and that's all I'm trying to do.
Pam Oliver last night during the broadcast asking Josh about the draft, focusing heavy on the defense. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase. This is WGR Sports Radio 550. We are happy to have you with us on this Monday. Happy to have you watching live. If you're on our YouTube stream, you can see us too. Now in football season, here we are. We're ready for you. So like and subscribe on our YouTube page and stream with us there. And we'll talk to Sal coming up at 8 o'clock.
And we're talking to you with the temperature being in the 50s.
Yeah.
So
it's nice.
Nice.
To that point, so Pam Oliver brought that up with Josh Allen. And then when Brandon Beane's in the booth with the guys, they asked him about the draft. And what he said had me looking at Josh Allen's playoff game log immediately after. Because, the game was on, and the game was, the kind of thing that you might pick up your phone and say, like, what else is going on?
Yeah. It's an Instagram game.
So what did I look up? What did Bean say?
What did he say?
That had me thinking, you know what? Let me look at Josh Allen's playoff game log.
He said, which he has said before, the thing about how, the way the offense performed last year and how they just felt like the defense fell a little bit short. Not in those exact words, but that's what he basically was trying to get across.
Yeah.
We addressed defense because that was the unit that let us down last year.
Yep. There was something else he said in that family of that conversation, but close. Let me just give it to you.
Yeah.
He said, you're playing guys like Lamar and Pat and Joe Burrow, you got to get them on the ground.
Yep.
So then I looked up how often teams get Josh Allen on the ground in the postseason. Because here are the Bills and the Chiefs. They are dead even, and it is August 18th, and we are going to talk about the Bills and the Chiefs until January. It's just going to work that way. I also have to give you something I discovered on Friday, because you were off on Friday, and I discovered something on Friday I want to get to.
Okay.
That I'll reintroduce here. But how often has Allen been sacked in the Bills' last 4 or 5 playoff losses?
I would guess it's not many. 4 or 5, has he been sacked 7 times? Less than 2 a game, I would guess.
Their last game, they lost to the Chiefs. It's twice.
Okay.
2 sacks, lost 10 yards. Kansas City here, he was sacked 0 times.
Okay.
Cincinnati game, he gets sacked 1 time for 3 yards.
Okay.
And then the 13 seconds game, he gets sacked twice for 16 yards.
So 5 times?
5 times. You have to go all the way back to 38-24, the first AFC Championship game appearance. Mm-hmm. They're all over him. They get him 4 times in that game for 53 yards. But, yeah, in their last 4 postseason losses, he's been sacked 5 times. And that's a testament to Josh. He's incredible at getting away. Not every one of these guys is the same at getting away. Lamar, pretty good at it. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the best ever. Mahomes used to be great at it. And the last 2 years, he kind of gave up that superpower. He's not been as elite at pressure to sack ratio. Then there's Burrow, who is not elite at it. So,
yeah, Mahomes took, you said Allen had 5 sacks taken in his last 4 playoff games. Yeah. Mahomes had 6 taken in his last playoff game.
Right, against the Eagles.
And it was 2 against the Bills and then 3 against Houston. So he got sacked 11 times in the playoffs last season.
Yeah. So it's about the Bills and their pursuit of getting after the opposing team's quarterback, getting him on the ground. And with Lamar, I don't know if that's going to work. Maybe they don't rush the same way. With Mahomes, I used to think that wouldn't work, but the last couple seasons, he's just not as good. And I again, yes, his line is bad. You could see it in the numbers. Pressure to sack ratio.
He wasn't escaping.
He's not the same as he used to be. Now, maybe there's an injury in there, whatever. But Allen's always been elite at this. It's one of the things that bails them out. So 5 times in the last 4 playoff losses, a team has gotten to Allen. Because part of what I want to say with that is, if you listen to the Ravens say, how are you going to beat the Bills next year? And they said, we got to get Josh Allen on the ground. What would you think about that?
I would think that's a ridiculous plan. I would think that's a ridiculous plan.
Right.
Like, you're going to do what? 1, they don't let much pressure up, and 2, he gets away from it. So, good luck. Doesn't seem like the thing you should be chasing. And I guess for Mahomes, though, maybe that should be seen as different. I don't know. I
tend to agree. I think for Mahomes, it is now worth chasing that. I think for Lamar and for Josh, that might not be worth chasing.
Right. And I guess he includes Burrow in there, too. It's like 2 of the 3. I might be like, okay, I could see that. I could see you getting to Mahomes because we've seen a couple teams do it now. I could see you doing it to Burrow because Burrow takes a lot of sacks, right? Historically. Jackson, though, like you got to go at him with something else. And I think they might know the something else. The something else is getting him to give them the ball a couple times.
Yep. Because there's more than just actually getting the quarterback on the ground. There's pressure. There's, getting pressure. Or there's also commanding double teams and just forcing the way they play.
And it's not just sacks, it's forcing them into turnovers. And that is something they have done to Jackson that they have not done to Mahomes, right? Like, one of the turnovers that Jackson makes last year in the playoff game, Hamlin is coming free on a blitz. It's more of a play call, obviously, than Hamlin beating like somebody on a blitz, but he gets pressure and trips up Jackson when he then puts the ball on the ground. And that's 2 turnovers in 1 half for Jackson. How many turnovers does Mahomes have in 4 playoff games against them? Is it even 2?
He had a fumble in the AFC Championship game this year.
So that's what I mean. Like, they don't... For Vaughn closing a regular season game against Kansas City a couple years ago, how did that happen? That wasn't a sack, but that was... You were in his face, chasing him out of the pocket. Yeah. You're about to get him on the ground.
You made him uncomfortable throughout the day.
And you force him to throw a pass that is right to Taron Johnson. So there are different ways to measure that other than just sacks. But Jackson would be the one, and Allen would be the one. I would agree with you that that does not seem like smart business. They roll out of the pocket and have pressure, and they're still going to be making 50-yard passes down the field, or going to be running for 20 yards.
Sean in Toronto is next up. Hey, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to get your guys' opinion, given our safety problem. If maybe since Jordan Poyer's a free agent, do you think he'd be any worse than Cole Bishop?
I think that the answer is probably yes, he would. He looked really slow the last 2 years. So, yeah, I think at this point in his career, how old is he? 34 years old. I would be stunned if he was an upgrade today over Cole Bishop. Just athletically. Mentally, I'm sure he would be maybe even light years beyond where Bishop is. But I don't think he can run fast enough anymore. So, I don't know. Will he come back? Will this become the Micah Hyde thing from last year where everyone was waiting for Micah Hyde to come back all season? He just sat in the practice squad for a month. Maybe we'll do that with Poyer. I'm not going to do it with Poyer. I think it's over for him.
Yep.
Like Simmons, or like if there's another name out there that is available for trade, like maybe that could be interesting at some point here, but not a guy that's played here.
Justin Simmons, again, like if we're going to go all the way on this conversation about what's up at safety, last year he was on the free agent market forever and then signed, a 1-year deal in Atlanta for $7.5.
Really? Was that high, that number?
Yeah, 7.5.
7.5?
Yeah, he signed it late because I know we had a conversation about Justin Simmons last offseason.
Right.
And he's still just kind of out there. The safety, that was something that happened last year in the league, was that safeties were just kind of hanging out waiting for jobs. The position turned over quite a bit.
Yeah, best available safeties. I mean, Simmons is the only one you're going to worth talking about. Jordan Whitehead, who had Allen's number a couple years ago, but like nothing.
Javon Holland. No, sorry, he signed.
He signed. But nobody you would expect to come in other than maybe Simmons and like challenge for a starting job. I mean, they want Bishop to do it. They want Bishop to show them. Why does he play last night? Why does he play maybe even still dealing with a little bit of an injury?
Because they need the reps.
He needs to get out there. He needs to get the reps because he's the plan. They badly want him, I'm sure, to come in and play because otherwise, I mean, you talked about Brett Coleman's breakdown, how they were protecting their safeties last year. If Bishop can't do it, then they're right back to Hamlin and Rapp again and then doing the exact same thing as they were last year, where they have to insulate their safeties like they never had before.
803-0550. We will get a break in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Bills get trounced by the Bears 38-0 in a game that means really nothing. But, other issues we're talking about, taking your phone calls. We'll talk about it with Sal, get the review of the joint practice as well, where we did get the Bills' top team, the ones, Josh Allen, Keon Coleman, among others. So we'll talk about that with Sal, and your phone calls are welcome. Throw them our way, throw them to Sal, 803-0550 here on WGR. And then in the receiver room, and this is something I thought on the way in today. Consider that for a moment. How much I think about wide receivers. And I had this thought today in the 5 o'clock hour. I thought, when it's all said and done,
Jeremy
all of
went
our,
here for FanDuel.
How are they going to get by at receiver? It's not going to come down to who we thought it comes down to. It really is going to come down to whether or not Palmer and Coleman are good. Those are the two guys that are going to matter on whether or not the receiver room is good. Because Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel or Shavers or toss in the next guy up when somebody gets hurt. These are the 3rd, 4th, 5th receivers on the board, 4th, 5th, 6th. And it's Shakir, who we know is good, and who else is going to be good? Is it going to be Palmer or Coleman? They're going to need one of those two to be good, and if one of those two is good, then they're probably fine because they got pass-catching backs that they like to use. Kincaid. That's another thing about this game yesterday. There's no presence from tight ends without Kincaid or Knox out there. So
Latu with a bad drop yesterday.
Right,
And
Davidson,
that he was going to make the team anyway.
No,
probably,
Davidson's had a terrible preseason with lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
So, I would almost want to say, take it for what it's worth. When this offense is operating the way it wants to, they're utilizing tight ends and backs, and that's an offense last night that didn't really do that.
I will say, though, I am disappointed that we are sitting here on August 18th, and it feels like the Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel combo right now is just at a 0 for them. Because, sure, they are not high on the depth chart when you come into to training camp and into the preseason, but both of them had a profile that made me think they could help a lot and make an impact on offense this year. Moore's profile as a player, Samuel, some things he's done in the past, not with the Bills last year, and maybe this is not giving Shavers enough credit, or maybe I'm doing too much with the draft status of these players, but I considered Moore and Samuel players that could help them a lot on offense this year. And as good as Shavers has looked in camp and preseason, I just never really give any real possibility to the fact of him making an impact on the offense. Like, he can make the team, and he can come in and block and maybe catch a pass every other game, but I've never considered the possibility that Tyrell Shavers is actually making a week-to-week impact on the offense the way that I considered that for Moore and Samuel.
Justin Simmons. You did mention Justin Simmons.
He was in Atlanta last year. after being in Denver for a while and looking at his Pro Football Focus stuff, that went okay, but not great. 32 years old. I don't know, like, what am I going to hear immediately about that idea? Like, Sal's voice in my head, how, like, they love their safeties to have all the reps and, like, experience in the system, right? And a guy walking off the street and starting, like, talent level, that might be there. But I guess I'm not sure that they would be willing to just start a guy at that position off the street compared to other positions.
It is a spot that I saw Jay Skursky of the News tweeting this last night. Their addressing of the safety spot behind Cole Bishop was, re-signing Hamlin and adding Derek Forrest for, almost nothing.
If we heard from him at all.
Right. And so the day of the draft, or 2 days before the draft, Malachi Starks came up as an idea, and Sal, told us they're not going to take a safety. They like their guys. They like Rapp and Bishop. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how that comes together. Those two need reps. I wonder if we would be talking about them no matter what, if they still needed reps. It's a real prove-it position for us, right? A lot of their other spots have guys we know are good. Linebacker, fine. Good. Great even, with Bernard and Milano. Corner, I know Benford's great. Trey White, okay, we'll see. First-round pick, Maxwell Hairston. Like, there's a lot of pedigree there, and there's at least one elite guy holding it down. Defensive line. Ed Oliver's paid. Rousseau's paid. Epenesa's a veteran. Bosa has had success. Like, if you're looking around the Bills' defense, the position to be confident, there's a few. And I think safety is one where almost no matter what, until we actually see them in the regular season, we're going to wonder, is that going to work with Rapp and Bishop?
And that's awkward, and it's in. And a set piece pays dividends at Old Trafford for the Gunners inside 13 minutes. Declan Rice that took it. The goalkeeper came and flailed. Calafiori tried to polish it off on the line. It may well have been over the line. Arsenal in front.
Listen, if you want some overreaction theater, you decide if it's overreaction. The Bills lost 38-0 in the preseason. Manchester United and Arsenal played yesterday on opening day, and Arsenal won 1-0. And in the postgame show, the NBC panel, one of the first questions was, does Manchester United need a new goalkeeper? And the answer immediately was yes. Great season.
After allowing one goal?
One goal.
That's it.
Great season. Thanks for coming.
That's a tight leash.
A new goalie? Yes.
I need an alter ego as a goalie for soccer now.
That's our buddy Chris Russell. I always ask him as a goalie. He was,
right.
He played soccer, played some goal. I go, hey, as a goalie.
Yeah, I look forward to night one of the Sabres season after one Luukkonen goal, everyone going, I think we need a new goaltender.
Right.
I think it's time.
803-0550 to join us if you'd like. Sal coming up in a minute. ProFootballTalk.com, front page, McDermott's certainly not up to our standard. I could have predicted that exact line. You don't have to be mad about last night's game. I have no doubt that he will not be too happy about it. The Commanders are shopping Brian Robinson Jr.
It's weird.
Okay.
Is it a weird time of year to be shopping your starting running back?
Yes.
I know they don't want to pay him, I guess, but was he going to get he wasn't getting the James Cook contract.
I don't know if Burrow's going to play tonight. Tonight's Bengals and Commanders.
He played in the first game.
He played a lot in the first game. And Chase played a lot in the first game, and the point was they need to do that because they start slow all the time. Does that mean they play in a second preseason game?
I think they will play. He said they'll play a quarter, and that will be likely it for Burrow in the preseason. So he won't play the third game, but he's expected to play about a quarter tonight.
All right. Do you want a stat of the day before we get off to Sal and
Sure.
chatting about this 38-0 beatdown courtesy of the Bears?
Mm-hmm.
Stat of the day comes from Justin Ray. It's a golf stat.
Golf
for
stat.
you. Yeah, golf stat.
Scheffler?
Yes. So, Scotty Scheffler won, which gives him back-to-back PGA Tour seasons with 5 wins or more. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Back-to-back seasons with 5 wins or more.
Let me hit the pause button real quick. Is this about to be a Scheffler stat that's really a Tiger Woods stat?
You are correct.
I can see it coming. This is a Scheffler stat that is going to quickly turn into, can you believe how good Tiger Woods was?
Back-to-back 5 wins or more.
Okay. In
Only one other player has done that, and that's Tiger Woods. He did it in the 99-2000 back-to-back season.
Okay.
And 2000-2001.
Okay.
And 2001-2002.
Okay.
And 2002-2003. And then 2005-2006. And 2006-2007. Only in 2004 did he miss that 5 wins.
And it was 2004.
I think I saw that even in that he had 10 top 5s in that season. So, anyway.
Yeah.
Scotty just did something that only one other person has done, and that's Tiger, who did it 6 times. There you go. Congratulations to Scotty Scheffler.
He had 14 top 10 finishes in 2004.
He's pretty good. Golfer of the year there. He's good. He's good.
1 win. That was a bad year for him.
Tiger? Yes. Sal, when we get back. All right. Sal's going to arrow up, arrow down us, make us feel a little bit better about what was a weekend with the Bears, not just a Sunday night football mess. It's Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase here on WGR. Well, the Bills get smoked by the Bears.
Yeah, they had what was it? 120 something yards of total offense. What did they have? Frank Gore had like half their offense last night.
Yeah,
I know that. The final numbers came to 180. He had 81 of the 180. 528 to 180. If that were a regular season game, it'd be one of the biggest disparities in NFL history in terms of total yardage. 528 to 180. Caleb Williams played, so that helps, right? I mean,
he was great.
I had one group chat. The guys actually I went away with for a fantasy football weekend this week, and they're all like, "Look at this disaster in the first quarter." I'm like, "Guys, settle down. Look who's covering DJ Moore."
Right.
Codrington. Codrington is covering DJ Moore. He's a punt returner. Like they don't care enough to put a real corner on him. They've got the punt returner covering the number 1 receiver. You don't have to care about it, especially the Bears starters, just torching the Bills. Andreessen's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, Andreessen in coverage, which is something the Bills would try to avoid an awful lot. You do not want him in coverage, and he's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, in space. Did he go 9th overall? Like, he was a top 10 pick, wasn't he?
Yep.
So, like, they had backups in against starters. I don't know if that's the excuse for the second half, them still getting 0 points. But that at least was the start of the game for me. Like, this should look like this. The Bears are playing their guys, and the Bills are not. How many starters were even in for the Bills? 1? Cole Bishop?
It's Cole Bishop.
And not that he looked great either, but...
And there was one other. Josh Palmer played briefly.
He caught,
snaps.
I got him here. 1 catch for 2 yards.
Okay.
For Josh Palmer. Yep.
I would give up Rousseau for Hendrickson or Epineza and give a higher pick. I'd love your thoughts, fellas.
You definitely cannot do that on Rousseau.
No.
The ship has sailed. Just to entertain Larry's specific request here, you can't do that on Rousseau. The time to do that, if you wanted to do that with Hendrickson and Rousseau, would have been before you extended him. Now that you've extended him and given him a contract and money, it is not feasible to take the dead cap that he would be and then get Hendrickson. There's no way to make that happen.
Yeah, next year specifically.
Yes.
Do you know what it would do to him?
So $20 million dead cap hit?
This year it would only cost the Bills $3 to trade Rousseau. Next year it would be $28.
All right, $28.
And then Hendrickson's deal on top of it.
Right, so now I'm spending $50 million on these two defensive ends. It's one guy's not going to happen.
Right, and reset the Epinesa counter.
Right, Epinesa traded today. Epinesa, that could happen. The problem is Cincinnati. I thought Ian Hart had said the best tweet on this, the best comment on this, and it is so odd what's happening with Hendrickson in Cincinnati. Hendrickson is a great defensive end, and he has outplayed his contract. And here's what Ian Hart wrote: thinking through the best potential fits for Trey Hendrickson if he's traded. What about the Bengals? Legit contender trying to win now with reasonable cap space, but the defense is looking a bit rough with a major need in the pass rush department.
Yeah,
the Bengals. Yeah. They're a great fit for him, but whatever.
They don't want to pay him?
I guess not. There are reports that Carolina is a team that's there. Maybe they want to trade him to the NFC.
That was the only NFC team I saw listed, though.
The other two were
Browns and Colts.
Not going to trade him to the Browns. And the Colts, what are you doing?
I trade the Browns. What are we worried about the Browns for? Go ahead, take them.
The Browns are just going to win games.
Waste away in Cleveland
with Myles Garrett and
Trey Hendrickson. They're trying to win games 9-6 every single week.
No,
I don't know what the Colts are trying to do. Are they trying to win?
Probably.
32-year-old pass rusher. I mean, part of it might be that, again, you're at a time in the year where the Bills can't really do it. How many teams can realistically do it? Tough one for the Bills last night. 38-0. The Bears win it. The Bills get shut out in preseason game number 2. Mike White started the game at quarterback. No Josh Allen. Mike White went up 4 of 11, 54 yards, as he battles for the backup quarterback job with Mitch Trubisky, who did not fare much better. Jordan Hancock for the Bills left the game with a shoulder injury in the third quarter. He did not return. Might have been one of the few bright spots for the Bills before that. You read all about it. Sal's Arrow Up, Arrow Down piece at WGR550.com. He'll join the show coming up next. Bills and Bucks next week, Saturday at 7:30 to wrap the preseason. 20 days from today is the season opener for Bills-Ravens. Bengals are willing to talk trade on star edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. Diana Rossini reporting that Cincinnati have been engaged in trade talks for weeks, mentions the Panthers, Colts, and Browns, and that the Bengals want an impact player and a draft pick in return. Jordan Schultz reports the Commanders are shopping their starting running back, Brian Robinson, for trade. Robinson's in the final year of his deal. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski says he plans to name his starting quarterback for week 1 this week, and most Browns reporters think that will be Joe Flacco. Malik Neighbors has not practiced in almost 2 weeks. He has a back injury now in addition to a shoulder injury and a toe injury that he's been dealing with. Scotty Scheffler wins the BMW Championship by 2. He was 4 back going into yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
A late night for anybody that watched the game. A late night for those that traveled back. Sal Capaccio is up with us relatively early. Sal, good morning. Thank you for the early appearance despite not a lot of sleep. And I wonder if you tossed and turned about the game itself, 38-0. The Bills got roasted by the Bears. Preseason outing. It is what it is. You've got your piece up at WGR550.com, arrow up and arrow down. We'll get to the game. I also want to make sure we spend time, Sal, on the joint practice because you can kind of tell the tale of what happened there, and that might be, something that makes Bills fans feel a little better because that's where the starters played.
Yeah, good morning. I'll start with what you started with, which is getting back. So just a little, insight into how it works. Getting back, a lot of these stadiums are different distances away from airports and things like that. And, when I talked to you and we texted the other day, I said, I think we'll probably get in around 2:30, 2:45. It wasn't until 3:30 a.m. last night, actually. It's a little later night. So, yeah, 3:30. But I did get a little bit of sleep. Yes, I did get a little sleep on the plane because, to get to the next part, I wrote my arrow up, arrow down column before we even took off because literally I'm like, what am I going to write about arrow up? Well, not much. I added 3 things. And I could have, as I wrote on arrow up, arrow down, if I did everything for arrow down, it would probably look like a supermarket receipt for a family of 5. And you'd just be going looking at all these lists, right? So I basically said pretty much everything. And then I did add a few specifics. I mean, guys, last night was just a night that the Buffalo Bills did not have a very good showing whatsoever. And that's an understatement, maybe an overstatement, whatever you want to say. You get it. A rough showing last night, no doubt about it. And I do think a lot of it might go back to the joint practice on Friday. This is not an excuse. This is not acceptable when I say this. So I'm not excusing, I'm not accepting. But I do think it looked like a really, really tired team who felt that, they played their game on Friday and kind of just, they didn't have a lot of energy. They did not bring it last night, no doubt about it. It's not an excuse. It's not acceptable. Sean McDermott said it wasn't just the ones against the twos. Once it's twos against twos and threes against threes, you got to be better than what the Bills were last night. But I would say that, going back to Friday, going back to being there Thursday, 4 days in Chicago, a long week, that last night kind of resembled a team I think that was at the end of that, and it's not an excuse, but I do think it happened.
Yeah, it wasn't a great day, Sal, when your arrow up led off with the punter. Was the first thing mentioned about arrow up yesterday?
No doubt, and he was actually pretty good, Brad Robbins. I think he's actually a good preseason, no doubt about it. But really, we start with what went wrong, right? And that was everything. I mean, you look at the numbers, the stats. Bills gave up 31 first downs. The Bears beat the Bills in yardage 528 to 180. The Bills went 0 of 8 on third down. I believe last week they were 1 of 7, 1 of 9, somewhere in there. They've converted 1 third down in 2 games, guys. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. It doesn't matter who's playing offense. You have to be better than that. So, no doubt, there were a lot of things last night that coaches. What's the dream scenario in a preseason game, right? You go out there and you do some things right, but you do enough wrong, and it gives the coaches a real good chance to go and say, you know what, this isn't acceptable, and we have to have a better week of practice. Well, that happened, but it multiplied. That's not what Sean McDermott's looking for. And he said it after the game, right? You have to be better than that. And luckily and thankfully, it is a preseason game. And they'll have a chance to go back to Tampa next week and try to, have a better showing for at least that group. I mean, I don't think the starters will play. You never know. But the people who are on the field, they need to have a better showing.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. You can give a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal, it feels like even though it's a 38-0 blowout and there's lots to get to, and it also didn't mean anything, and we want to get to the joint practice, that the big conversation is going to be about the safety position because Cole Bishop, DeMar Hamlin, we know that's a concern kind of going into this game, going into the season, that they are under-repped. I guess that's the way you'd say it. They're under-repped. What do you make of what happened at safety last night and where the Bills' level of confidence might be in that starting tandem by opening day?
Well, I thought it was rough last night because I didn't think Cole Bishop played particularly well in the limited time he was in, and I know that he's had limited reps, but there was a missed tackle in there. There was a play at the touchdown play that he could have been better on, took a better angle, no doubt. I do think a lot of it has to do with missing time, missing reps, but at the same time, he's on the field now, and those are plays that he's expected to make. Those are spots where he's expected to be. You ask, how confident and comfortable the team is with that starting tandem. And I'm going to tell you, I think from what I saw last night, I would not be surprised if Jordan Hancock starts to creep in to get a little bit of look here, guys. I think Jordan Hancock has looked better than Cole Bishop. Now, some of that is the time on task for Bishop is not as much. Hancock has been there, and now he did get injured last night. Hopefully he's okay. Shoulder injury. He told reporters after that he thinks he's good, but they'll look at that today, and we'll see. But I'm not. I think it's a concern right now. I think it's a concern. That being said, we're still 3 weeks away from opening night, right? I mean, last night was if you go back to last night, it's 3 weeks from last night is when the Bills play their first game. That's still a lot of time to get Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp a lot more reps. And I mean, as I sit here now, I'd still be surprised if Cole Bishop wasn't the starter and Taylor Rapp wasn't the starter. But I do think that the Bills have to take a hard look at it and say, okay, what do we have here? And what's the best course? What did Sean say after the game? It was interesting. And he said, he was asked about Cole Bishop. He was asked about, and then he basically said, take a look at it. Obviously they're going to look at the film, see where we are, and see what we need. I thought that was just an interesting way to phrase it, to be honest with you.
All right, so I feel like you saying that gives me license to say, I thought the same thing. Is he talking about what's out there on the market to help with the position?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, Jeremy. I thought the same thing. See what we need. And he could be referring to that. I'm assuming, knowing Sean, he's referring to what do we need to do here? What do we need? Do we need to give him more time? Do we need more practice time, more reps next week? Do we need to give more Jordan Hancock more of a look? Move Cam Lewis back there. Cam Lewis didn't play last night. He's hurt. He's normally a nickel corner or a safety. See what we need. It could be, though. I mean, maybe that's what he's talking about. We have to take a look. This is the time. This is definitely the time period where teams are taking a look at what's out there trade-wise, see what shakes free agency, guys getting cut over the next week and a half now after next week's game. So I just think that anything's got to be on the table because right now you're not getting what you hope you'd get from that position with those two guys being injured and then what you saw last night.
Hancock, Sal, mentioning him getting potentially more run, has he just looked that impressive? Because I've heard you talk about this for years, how the Bills usually treat that position, and a rookie coming in and playing maybe not even week one, but at some point during their rookie season. I mean, that's not something they typically do, not just for a guy that's a rookie, but I was going back last night and he played only 1/4 of his snaps in college at safety. So not to say he's never done it, but even the position, it wasn't a full-time position for him before he got to the Bills.
Right. And, we talked about how the Bills would use him in different roles. I believe actually he was playing nickel when he got injured last night, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't playing safety at the time. So they are still moving him around. Excuse me. I think he was playing. So I think Wande Owens and Derek Forrest might have been playing safety on that play. I have to go back and exactly look. And I think he was playing nickel because that would explain where he was on the play, actually, trying to make the play, and then he wound up hurting his shoulder. But Joe, I think you're right. He has pretty much been much more at safety. Now, some of that is circumstance, right? Some of that is Cole Bishop hasn't been available, Taylor Rapp hasn't been available, and now Cam Lewis hasn't been available. So no doubt about that. I also think that he's just kind of taken to that position pretty well. I thought he played pretty well last week in the game. He had an interception against the Giants, obviously, and then things have kind of grown here. So, and then after the Giants game last week, I remember talking to him in the locker room, and he used interesting phrasing when I asked him about putting all this on his plate. This is Jordan Hancock. And he said, he used the word transition. And I think he meant from nickel to safety. He was saying it almost like, I'm now more of a safety, which isn't really where I've normally played. So I think that's interesting. So I do think he at least has to be on the table from what I've seen from not only him, but Cole Bishop right now.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her Hotline. So Mike White gets the start at quarterback, Sal, last night. Trubisky plays in the second half. Is there anything you could take away from last night about the backup quarterback job? Really, Trubisky's kind of felt like the incumbent, the lead, and maybe White would have to take it from him. And if that's the case, it didn't seem like White did that much last night.
I agree with that. It's such a hard curve to grade on because of this reason. what I really like, I thought Trubisky was better last night, but one of the reasons he's better is he's more mobile and he can keep plays alive. But with that offensive line, you had to be mobile and keep plays alive last night. Let's be honest, right? They just didn't have a great night. Let's just say, though, if Josh Allen, something were to happen to him, are you going to have your quarterback running around as much back there? And maybe in that situation, if you're keeping Mike White clean, you could still say that he could be the better option of throwing the football. I'm not sure. I thought Mike got hurt last night by a couple of drops. I give Elijah Moore an arrow down. He dropped 2 balls right in his hands. He drops a tunnel screen. He drops a pass about 5 yards, 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. What was thrown a little bit low, but he's got to hold on to that. He also didn't have great protection, Mike White. That being said, he also missed a couple of throws that he could have had and maybe should have had. So Mike White, I think last night, showed what he is, which is he's a guy that he has a live arm, and when he's back in the pocket, he can sling it. He also can have a situation or passes and plays where you're wanting more and saying, man, you got to make that. And then Mitch Trubisky showed what he is. The guy can keep plays alive. He can move around. He can kind of give you a baseline of, okay, right, we got through that one. But you're not going to wow you in a lot of ways. So I thought Trubisky was better than White last night. I don't know if it's a fair grading curve, you know what I mean? Because of having the offensive line situation and the fact that also White, like I said, did get hurt by a couple of things that were not his fault.
That's going to make it tough for him, right? Because that's going to be the case next week, and I don't know that they've looked different enough in camp for White to overtake him. So,
right.
Really, you would expect next week in Tampa to kind of have the same situation. I would imagine.
Probably right. I don't know who's going to play in Tampa next week, but you're right, Joe. Look, to a man in the locker room, at least I'll say this. I know it's preseason. Heck, Frank Gore, hey, look, I'll tell you, I said to Frank Gore, you can hear the audio. I said to him, obviously scoreboard doesn't matter. And he said, the scoreboard always matters. He was like, no, we're trying to win games. And I get it. These guys, to their credit, they were not happy at all last night. It wasn't like a jovial locker room, we got through a preseason game, let's go on. To a man, the people I talked to last night, talked about they need to be better next week. They want to go out on the field and put something better next week on film. And to me, that's okay. You do that, then the offensive line's got to be better. You got to protect your quarterbacks better, and let's see what happens. And to your point, Joe, right, of what it looks like next week. Maybe you get a little bit more of a fair, type of comparison here next week if they can do that.
Sal Capaccio, you can read his arrow up, arrow down piece at our website, WGR550.com. Heavy on the arrow down. Sal, who else is on that list? We've talked a little bit about the safeties. You mentioned Elijah Moore there. Who would you like to really, highlight? I guess it's tough, but Ryan Vandermark made your list. Penalties, 10 for 96 yards. So what else there?
Yeah, and listen, again, these were just I picked out a few specifics. I guess I could have gone a lot deeper, but just the overall team, there were a lot of things. But Ryan Vandermark is on this list because he just did not have a good night. He was called for 2 false start penalties on the very first drive. And then he was also beaten a couple of times, at least one that was really resulted, I think, in a sack or at least very close to a sack and a pressure there that you could see pretty clearly. Again, not an excuse, but I will tell you sometimes what happens is with the offensive line and when you have different guys that you're playing next to you're not used to, you have a different cadence from a different quarterback you're not used to, a center. All those things can matter. It doesn't. You still have to be better than that, right? Last week, Dawson Knox gets the false start in the first play of the game, and I can tell you guys, a lot of times that comes from the fact that he's got a different quarterback, that the cadence is just a tick off than what it normally is from Josh Allen. In this situation, you're in. Yes, I know that it's not super loud, but you're on a road. You're in a road stadium. You're not playing with the same group you're normally used to, so he moves a little bit early. He's still got to be better than that, right? He's got to know and adjust whatever he has to adjust to make sure that doesn't happen. But Ryan Vandermark right now, as I've said, this past week, is becoming a really important player on the Bills roster because they have injuries at the tackle position and on the offensive line, I should say, overall. And, Tylan Grable is still out. He's still been in concussion protocol for over a week, guys. So that's just something that, is concerning. He has not returned yet. And we know that Alec Anderson is still out. Yes, an interior guy. Connor McGovern did not suit up last night. He told reporters after the game that he tweaked his hamstring on Friday. He thinks that he'll be okay, but that's why he did not suit up at all for the game. So I know Vandermark isn't a center. He's not an interior guy, but the overall offensive line the depth right now is being tested, and that's a guy that you might have to rely on.
Sal, for your arrows up, you've got some at the website, of course. Can we include the joint practice? Because
sure,
I saw plenty of that. So that people didn't see that, right? People that watched that game last night saw that game, and that's the taste that's put in their mouth. So the story of joint practice between the Bears and the Bills on Friday was a slow start from the offense, but ultimately they found things.
Yeah, and by the way, I did have Frank Gore Jr. on my arrow up, except for the fumble. He had a nice game. He had 81 total yards from scrimmage, 6.4 yards a carry. He ran well. He caught the ball. But you can't fumble in that situation. You got to be better at tucking it away, and he knows that. But I did put him there along with Jordan Hancock. Friday was a good day, I thought, for both the Bears and the Bills. Both teams got a lot of work done. And look, I mean, to me, the joint practice on Friday was like I always say, you guys know this. Like, if you could give me a preseason game or a joint practice, a scrimmage, I would choose the joint practice or scrimmage because I think you get more work done that way. I think you get to put your guys in certain positions you want to see them in, and you can script everything. They went for over 2 hours against the Bears. And by the way, it was almost all teamwork. It was almost all offense against defense, 7-on-7, 11-on-11. And they were working on two different fields, Bears offense on one, Bills offense on the other. And it was a lot of great work. I mean, you guys got more reps in that than they did last night. The starters definitely did, of course, because they didn't play for the Bills. But even a lot of the backups, they seem to get more reps in that joint practice than they did in the game. So to me, yes, it's important to go out there and play well, right? But I think the practice was super important, and they both got a lot of work done. And I liked it the way the Bills played in that physically. A lot of the talk from the Bears media was how the Bears have been super physical, very intentionally physical throughout their training camp and preseason. They had the Dolphins in last week for a joint practice and how they kind of beat them up, during the joint practice. And that was a big talk. And I asked a Bears reporter to compare, and he said night and day. He said the Bills matched them physically. And Sean McDermott said that after the joint practice, and even before, I think. He said, it was before it, he said, this is a team that's been very physical. We're going to have to match that. We know that in their energy. And I thought the Bills did that. There was a lot of good. There was some bad at the joint practice. I thought the real good was the pass rush. The Bills' pass rush looked good in that joint practice. And I thought they did some nice things last night at times, too, by the way. I thought Landon Jackson had a better night last night, for sure. He bounced back. Wasn't as good of a night for the two younger interior guys, but I thought Landon Jackson. So, you get a little bit of both there. But in the joint practice, I thought the Bills' pass rush was good. I didn't love their pass coverage, though. And especially, you guys saw last night that mid-level coverage has been concerning for me, where it's just over the linebackers. It's not super far down the field, but it's far enough, and you're getting chunk plays out of it. Like, that, to me, wasn't great. Then the Bills' red zone offense was very good, I thought, in the joint practice. Keon Coleman had a nice catch for a toe-tap touchdown from Josh. There were a couple other touchdowns, different quarterbacks throwing them. Trubisky was very good in the red zone in that particular setting. And then there was the play down the field. You guys have probably seen the video to Keon Coleman, who just cooked his guy off the line of scrimmage. But I think overall, what I take away from the weekend is this. The Buffalo Bills did a really good job on Friday to have a really nice joint practice. I think they got a lot of work in. I thought it was a super positive for them. And then you get to Sunday night, and it just did not go their way. And you hope that you take more out of what they got in that joint practice than you do on Sunday night, especially with the starters, obviously, because they didn't play Sunday night.
It's funny, Sal, like this joint practice, the uptick in joint practices, the Bears had 2, the Dolphins had 2, like with 2 different teams. And I've kind of come to the conclusion that teams like it because they can protect their quarterbacks. There's another thing to like about it. You need preseason because you got to sell tickets and you got to have television networks and all that, blah, blah, blah. The other nice thing about a joint practice is there's no scoreboard. So whatever happens, your fans aren't going to freak out that the score was 52-10 because they actually don't put the numbers up on the board unless you're like a reporter that's doing it on the side. So yet another thing to like about joint practice is if the Bills won by 50 or the Bears won by 50, no one really has to wear that as a bad practice because they just feel like they got things done.
No, that's right. I agree. And it's cool because every joint practice is different. There was, like I said, it was all team. Like, there was no receiver DB one-on-one. Last year against Pittsburgh, they did that a lot. They had a whole session of one-on-one, DB against wide receiver. They didn't do that in this joint practice. There was a pass rush drill. I couldn't see it from where I was, the media. We were in the certain area staging, and I couldn't see it over there, but there was some going on. But they didn't do a ton of it. They did a lot of team. You know what else they did? They did a really good punt drill, and I wrote about this afterwards. I have never seen sidelines go as crazy watching gunners. It was amazing. It was like a gunner drill, right? So you'd have that was a punt drill, but you'd have your gunner line it up, and you'd have 2 defensive backs on him, and they'd punt the ball, and the gunner had to try and beat the defensive back. The defensive back had to try and hold the gunner up. And every time either a Bears player or a Bills player won kind of that rep, their sideline went crazy for the guy. It was awesome. Well, super good energy. And the one I really remember, I talked with Tyrell Shavers about it last night. You guys have the audio if you want. After the game, I said, hey, I want to go back to what happened on Friday. So he's on the outside as a gunner, and he's got 2 Bear defensive backs on him. And the first guy, he just physically beats off the line. He kind of gets into him a little bit, and he kind of sheds the block. And then the other guy comes over and he does this swim move and comes under him and clear shot down the field to the punt returner. But as soon as he got past the second guy, I mean, you would have thought he had a pick six. The sideline went crazy. He gets there and he starts flexing. It was just great. It was great energy.
Yeah. By the way, Shaver, so he makes a couple more catches last night. So Samuel returned on Friday. And then with a couple drops, I wonder if the bottom of the receiver depth chart gets more interesting this week.
Yeah, me too. I know. I like Tyrell Shavers too, and I understand why everybody likes Tyrell Shavers. He makes catches, he makes plays. I still wonder if he does enough to be on the roster. And I think in order for him to be there, he'd have to be the 6th receiver. But does what he does beyond playing wide receiver justify having him as a 6th wide receiver? Maybe. I don't know. And you bring up Elijah Moore, Joe. I still think Elijah Moore's on this team. The money is part of it, no doubt about that. But they're using him a lot, and yes, he did have a couple drops, but he had a real nice practice too. He had a touchdown on one of those tunnel screens, the one you saw last night he dropped. It was maybe a little different of a screen, but anyway, he caught the ball and he had a really nice touchdown. So Curtis Samuel's the guy here that I'm looking at. He's got to get on the field. He's got to perform. He did practice. He did not play last night. I did tweet out the snap counts, by the way, if anybody wants to see the snap counts. A lot of them, obviously, from last night. So if you want to see the snap counts last night. But, yeah, I mean, Curtis Samuel's one of the guys that he did not wind up playing last night. He did warm up. He was in uniform, but he did not play.
Anything from Samuel in that joint practice, Sal?
Nope. He just did warm-ups. He did not practice, actually. So he's getting there. He's just not quite fully there yet. So we'll see. And then who was the other one last night? We did have who was the other injury last night? Was there? I'm trying to think. Caden Prather. Caden Prather last night. I don't know. We didn't get an official injury on him. He ran into the locker room. He came out, and then he went into the blue tent, and then he came out with trainers. He was doing some stuff on the side. He had just returned, so you hope he's okay because Joe is bringing up the bottom end of the receiver depth chart.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester hotline after the Bills lost to the Bears in Chicago, 38-0. Well, that safety conversation sure sounds like it's real.
Yeah.
You could say preseason pledge. This is beyond just a game in Chicago, suggesting that a
5th-round rookie could maybe get his way into the lineup at some point.
Is maybe in the mix back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last year at Ohio State for Jordan Hancock, he had 561 total snaps. 128 of them were at safety. 128 out of 561.
Okay.
So he's done it.
That's not none. I mean, that's a good.
Not none.
That's not 10. That's
year
a good
before,
number.
592 snaps, 45 were at safety. So again, yeah, he's done it. But man, it would be impressive for him to kind of transition from one position to another here and find his way into the lineup. Would it be impressive? I would hope it's that, and not by default he's getting it because they don't want to play DeMar Hamlin again.
Right. And listen, people are going to have faith in whatever receivers make the team. If Shavers doesn't make the team, I don't exactly want to be over here crying for him, but the Bills will have the irony is a receiver core that is often talked about because they don't invest often. Draft capital in the group would be filled out based on contracts. These are the guys we signed. We have to have these guys. Mm-hmm. It has to be these ones. It has to be Samuel. It has to be Moore. That's
it's like almost $10 million in guaranteed money between the two of them. No, Samuels isn't that much.
Samuels was AAV is 8 or 9. And
but even his
Moore's
guaranteed is 6. So it is actually like 8.5 guaranteed.
And they sign these middle free agent deals for guys that have injury issues or don't put it all together and kind of stuck in this spot. And again, maybe if Shavers were a little more dynamic and doing more out there, it would be tougher because he's getting limited reps. It's not like he's catching passes from Josh Allen, by the way. Does he get a chance for that?
Shavers
is making it work with the backup quarterbacks.
Hey, listen,
how does it work with Josh Allen out there?
I hear that. I do. Like, I still liked the Moore signing. Like, part of the preseason pledge, I think, would be I want you to keep Moore on the roster. I don't want you to cut Elijah Moore because he had 2 drops in a 38-0 preseason when Mike White's throwing it behind him for a screen that was going to go for 2 yards anyway.
But if you want to find your way to getting rid of Samuel and keeping Moore, is that not even worse than the preseason pledge? I mean, Elijah Moore's career highlight so far this year is the 2 months before anybody started playing football.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he started to get really, really pumped up and a hype train. And, like you said, like I liked the signing at the time too, but there's not a lot there. So any preseason pledge about Moore has to apply to Samuel, too. Samuel did produce for them down the stretch last year.
He did?
I don't know.
But he's hurt, but he can't stay healthy.
Sal's tone there is like, if you're a Shavers fan, like, get ready for him to be on the practice squad again.
Yeah.
I also think he's probably safe there, which is...
That he wouldn't get poached?
Nope, I don't think so. There's so many good receivers in the league, and like teams feel great about their 5th guy. They're not going to come poach Shavers and put him on an active spot for... It's 4 games, right? Is what it is. I think what Sal said.
I think so.
He's got to be on the active roster for 4 games. He'll text me if that's not right. Please do, Sal. All right, 803-0550, your phone calls. Reaction to what Sal had to say. If you got anything for us, you can throw it our way. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Yeah, it wasn't a great day, Sal, when your arrow up led off with the punter. Was the first thing mentioned about arrow up yesterday?
No doubt, and he was actually pretty good, Brad Robbins. I think he's having a good preseason, no doubt about it. But really, we start with what went wrong, right? And that was everything. I mean, you look at the numbers, the stats. Bills gave up 31 first downs. The Bears beat the Bills in yardage 528 to 180. The Bills went 0 of 8 on third down. I believe last week they were 1 of 7, 1 of 9, somewhere in there. They've converted 1 third down in 2 games, guys. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. It doesn't matter who's playing offense. You have to be better than that. So, no doubt, there were a lot of things last night that coaches. What's the dream scenario in a preseason game, right? You go out there and you do some things right, but you do enough wrong, and it gives the coaches a real good chance to go and say, you know what, this isn't acceptable, and we have to have a better week of practice. Well, that happened, but it multiplied. That's not what Sean McDermott's looking for, and he said it after the game, right? You have to be better than that, and luckily and thankfully, it is a preseason game, and they'll have a chance to go back to Tampa next week and try to have a better showing for at least that group. I mean, I don't think the starters will play. You never know, but the people who are on the field, they need to have a better showing.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. You can give a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal, it feels like even though it's a 38-0 blowout and there's lots to get to, and it also didn't mean anything, and we want to get to the joint practice, that the big conversation is going to be about the safety position because Cole Bishop, Damar Hamlin, we know that's a concern kind of going into this game, going into the season, that they are under-repped. I guess that's the way to say it. They're under-repped. What do you make of what happened at safety last night and where the Bills' level of confidence might be in that starting tandem by opening day?
Well, I thought it was rough last night because I didn't think Cole Bishop played particularly well in the limited time he was in, and I know that he's had limited reps, but there was a missed tackle in there. There was a play at the touchdown play that he could have been better on, took a better angle, no doubt. I do think a lot of it has to do with missing time, missing reps, but at the same time, he's on the field now, and those are plays that he's expected to make. Those are spots where he's expected to be. You ask, how confident and comfortable the team is with that starting tandem, And I'm going to tell you, I think from what I saw last night, I would not be surprised if Jordan Hancock starts to creep in to get a little bit of look here, guys. I think Jordan Hancock has looked better than Cole Bishop. Now, some of that is the time on task for Bishop is not as much. Hancock has been there, and now he did get injured last night. Hopefully he's okay. Shoulder injury. He told reporters after that he thinks he's good, but they'll look at that today, and we'll see. But I'm not. I think it's a concern right now. I think it's a concern. That being said, we're still 3 weeks away from opening night, right? I mean, last night was if you go back to last night, it's 3 weeks from last night is when the Bills play their first game. That's still a lot of time to get Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp a lot more reps. And I mean, as I sit here now, I'd still be surprised if Cole Bishop wasn't the starter and Taylor Rapp wasn't the starter. But I do think that the Bills have to take a hard look at it and say, okay, what do we have here?
Bills got wrecked 38-0 last night by the Bears in preseason game number 2. They did get out mostly clean in injuries. Jordan Hancock at safety went down with an injury in the third quarter, didn't return, but he did say he should be okay afterwards. That was a shoulder injury for him. Mike White started the game. No Josh Allen at quarterback. He's got one more chance to play in the preseason, although he said he doesn't think he needs it. That's at the Bucs next Saturday at 7:30. We are 20 days away from the start of the regular season. Bengals are willing to trade Trey Hendrickson, or at least talk trade with other teams. They've reportedly discussed it with Carolina, Indianapolis, and Cleveland. And the Bengals want an impact player and a draft pick in return for Hendrickson. Kevin Stefanski says he'll announce the Browns starting quarterback this week, and most expect that to be Joe Flacco. Commanders trying to trade their starting running back. Brian Robinson is being shopped in the final year of his rookie deal. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com.
So the Ryder Cup outfits have been released today. A little fashion for you. Yeah, the Bills lost 38-0 to the Bears in a preseason game. You want to tell us it doesn't matter? Fine. We could talk about golf outfits. Anyway, the Ryder Cup's out. One of the shirts that I like looks like the wax paper cup concession 80s, but with red, white, and blue. It's fine. Also, I have a bit of free advice for the Bills here right now. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want people talking about that 38-0 beatdown in Chicago, nationally televised. Wow, the Bills really didn't show up. They're terrible. I know, meaningless game. Here's my piece of advice for the Bills. Leak something from the rivalries uniforms today. Go. We'll forget about that game in a heartbeat. Ooh, look. Is that a iced over Buffalo? Those come out in 10 days.
10 days.
10 days.
I can't wait.
10 days to the rivalry uniforms.
Run to the Bills store to get one of those. Although
Sure.
I don't know who. You said you're thinking Dawkins for your next jersey?
Yeah. When the time comes.
I think Taron Johnson is a move here. Not if Taron Johnson's out there in the wild. Taron Johnson jerseys.
I think also
if they had a Wall of Fame at the next stadium, he'd be a Bills Wall of Famer.
He should. So should Dawkins. Here's a question I've never thought. Is there a chart expected jersey by age? And as you get older, you're like, you know what? It's time to honor the offensive line. You know, your first jersey is not a lineman.
No.
Your first jersey is quarterback, receiver, running back. Then you're like, you know what? Nickel corner, safety. I have respect for line. And then as you get older and older, the final stage of jersey purchasing, not for everybody, but just by the numbers of it, like, it's time to honor the lineman. I'm ready. I'm going to get a guard.
Yeah, this is probably right. I don't remember as a kid thinking about getting a Langston Walker jersey. Don't think it ever came up as a consideration.
You had Derek Dockery.
Derek Dockery, of course. Yeah, I might have thought about Jeff Handgartner.
Hold on.
Would have been a good one.
You were big on Chris Valerial.
Oh, I loved Chris. Chris Valerial and Jonas Jennings. What a duo. My brother should have got a Jonas Jennings jersey, and I got a Chris Valerial jersey when we were 8. You wouldn't have seen any 8-year-olds walking around with those jerseys.
I want to get one more really good offensive lineman pull here.
From like the early 2000s.
The drought free agent offensive lineman signings.
What about like signings specifically?
I got mine. I got it. I, of course, never got, but really wanted a Trey Teague jersey.
Trey Teague.
And I'm done. I'm done there.
Trey Teague is great. Yep. 70 at center. Yep, I remember him.
Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Good morning. The Bills got absolutely waxed.
It would have been if it were a regular season game, which obviously it was not, but if it were, it would have been the third worst yards disparity in Bills history. They got outgained by 348. They got outgained by 352 in a game in 1971.
Is there a recent one we could think about?
2012 is the worst the Bills have ever been outgained, ever.
Okay. I have a guess.
Okay.
San Francisco.
Yes. October 7th of 2012.
They gave up 300 yards passing and rushing that day.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
They were outgained.
It's amazing.
The Bills were outgained in that game 621 to 204. 621 to 204. And they lost 45 to 3.
Think of how hard it is to give up 300 yards passing and rushing. 300 yards rushing. Wow, what happened in the game? The quarterback must have not done anything. No, he threw for 300 too.
Right.
What a game. Alex Smith threw for 300, ran for 49.
Is the final score? Kaepernick came in and ran for 40.
Is the final score 41-10?
45-3.
Okay.
Worse.
Worse, yeah.
Worse than that.
I give him too much credit.
Harbaugh against Gailey. Yeah, look at this box score. That was a minus 417. Nothing's ever come close to that. The next worst, there really isn't a lot of recent bad ones. Amazingly, like throughout the drought, like they got outgained by 286 against Denver in 2007, and they only lost 15 to 14.
Is that's the Jason Elam Kevin Everett game?
2007?
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, they were outgained by 268 in that game, and then they're the most they've ever been outgained in a win. 2009 against Carolina. They're outgained by 258. 20-9. Any memory of that?
Nothing.
Me neither. But last night was minus 348. Preseason game.
I have a challenge for everyone. Real answers only. How should they approach the final preseason game? You're probably not allowed to say, we're not coming. If this were anything else in your life, you would just call in sick. You would say,
"Oh yeah,
my kids are sick. My car broke down. Plane got a flat tire." You would just not go to this kind of commitment.
Plane got a flat tire?
Sure. You can't take off if you've got a flat tire.
Yeah.
How can they not go? Let's not go. Are the Bills having that conversation today in the office? Guys, can we what if we didn't go?
Yeah.
What would happen? We losing a draft pick? We're losing money? Is there a fine?
What would they lose?
What would happen? The Bills have said...
What are they going to lose? A 6th-round pick? Or a 7th-round pick?
I don't know.
Hey, they just used a 7th-round pick on a receiver that we haven't said one word about like the whole summer, and he's not going to make the team. It's like, whatever. Give him a 7th. If it cost a 7th to skip the game, I'd give him a 7th. Go ahead. Take it. Just don't give it to, like, the Chiefs.
Wouldn't it be wild if you could do that? Trade a preseason game. Because what do the Bucs want? They want to sell. They've sold tickets to this game.
Right.
They're going to have concessions.
Right. There'd be a fine. Wouldn't you have to pay the Bucs money if you just didn't show up?
Just like $250,000 here. We don't want to come. Send a. It's like you get an invitation to a wedding. You don't want to go. You just send it anyway. Just send them a card. We're not going. Send the Bucs a card.
Yeah.
How are they going to get through this game? What if they lose worse?
Guys, breaking news. The Bills are running a contest that it says here that 53 of their luckiest season ticket holders will have the opportunity to live the dream of being a Buffalo Bill for one day.
Would you like to catch passes from Shane Buechele?
He's the one Bill that has to play.
He's got to play.
The quarterback's got to be someone who can throw the ball. Yeah.
803-0550. Hey, get ready.
The Bucs decide to play Vita Vea
at quarterback.
Anything.
Yeah. Get ready for the inaugural Back Tee Classic coming up Monday, September 29th at Gowanda Country Club. Full day of golf, community giving back, a car giveaway on par 3 and hole-in-one, $10,000 cash prize, putting contests, raffles, silent auctions, and more. And all proceeds go to the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital. Spots are limited. Register at backteegolfclassic.com and help make a difference. It's at Gowanda. Boy, Gowanda, September 29th. It's a nice round of fall golf for you.
Yeah.
So a fall golf scramble. The inaugural Back Tee Golf Classic, again, to benefit Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital. So go to backteegolfclassic.com for that. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Stay tuned.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline.
Jeremy,
you can give a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal, it feels like even though it's a 38-0 blowout and there's lots to get to, and it also didn't mean anything, and we want to get to the joint practice, that the big conversation is going to be about the safety position because Cole Bishop, Damar Hamlin, we know that's a concern kind of going into this game, going into the season, that they are under-repped. I guess that's the way you'd say it. They're under-repped. What do you make of what happened at safety last night and where the Bills' level of confidence might be in that starting tandem by opening day?
Well, I thought it was rough last night because I didn't think Cole Bishop played particularly well in the limited time he was in, and I know that he's had limited reps, but there was a missed tackle in there. There was a play at the touchdown play that he could have been better on, took a better angle, no doubt. I do think a lot of it has to do with missing time, missing reps, but at the same time, he's on the field now, and those are plays that he's expected to make. Those are spots where he's expected to be. You ask, how confident and comfortable the team is with that starting tandem, and I'm going to tell you, I think from what I saw last night, I would not be surprised if Jordan Hancock starts to creep in to get a little bit of look here, guys. I think Jordan Hancock has looked better than Cole Bishop. Now, some of that is the time on task for Bishop is not as much. Hancock has been there, and now he did get injured last night. Hopefully he's okay. Shoulder injury. He told reporters after that he thinks he's good, but they'll look at that today, and we'll see. But I'm not. I think it's a concern right now. I think it's a concern. That being said, we're still 3 weeks away from opening night, right? I mean, last night was the 3. If you go back to last night, it's 3 weeks from last night is when the Bills play their first game. That's still a lot of time to get Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp a lot more reps. And I mean, as I sit here now, I'd still be surprised if Cole Bishop wasn't the starter and Taylor Rapp wasn't the starter. But I do think that the Bills have to take a hard look at it and say, okay, what do we have here?
Part of last night's game, if you went to bed early, consider yourself lucky. If you skipped it, consider yourself possibly lucky. One review I have of this game is I'm going to make a golf comparison. Shocker. But when you're at a golf course and you see a group that is painfully slow and they aren't letting someone through, when I see those moments, I feel physical anxiety for those people because I can't imagine what it's like to not know you're ruining everything here. You're ruining this course. You're destroying the pace of play. I feel anxiety for that they don't know that.
Right.
That's how I felt about the officials last night.
Oh, man.
Another flag?
If the Bills...
What are you doing?
I think the Bills had a tough night. Stripes.
Another review? Guys, what's going on out there? The commissioner should have called. Fellas, folks, this is a preseason Sunday game in Chicago. We do not need to be reviewing these plays. Redo the second half kickoff. Do not do that. Why would anyone think you should do that? This is the group, again, that's slowing people down. Guess I got to go back to the tee and tee off again. No, you don't. Pick up and concede the hole. Right. No one cares here, folks. That game was a disaster on every level. That was a preseason game we were subject to. The Sunday night crew, we got Greg Olson. We got a grade A broadcast.
Olson. Yeah.
A top-tier broadcast and officials that were paid by the word.
Yeah. How about the review of the spot of the ball to inevitably get a challenge on a play that was
beautiful,
so clearly a drop, and like we wasted, what was it, 8 minutes?
Remember, Joe, that's going to streamline things, right?
Yeah, well,
streamline it.
Excited about this year's team and excited about this play call, fellas.
What do we got?
Yeah, a fast motion. Oh, no.
Brosmer, flag, play action, right, coming back.
That's Kevin O'Connell. Vikings head coach is mic'd up during their preseason game. Excited about this team, guys. Excited about this play call. Oh, what do we got? Speed motion. Oh, God. He says that because two receivers move at the same time.
Yeah, illegal.
The motion man and then the guy on the end of the line, like, reset. And so bleep me. He knows it doesn't count. You know, on the broadcast, just, oh, yeah, complete, and the horn goes off.
Horn.
There's the flag. It's coming back. I loved it. What a highlight. It's
awesome.
Just, you know, the coach, before the snap. Excited about this play. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Look at these idiots out there. You know, anyway.
The kind of stuff we're looking for from Hard Knocks.
That's right. That, by the way, last night's game on Hard Knocks
should be good.
I just made a bunch of noises there. It didn't make sense, but hey, it'll be interesting.
Should be interesting.
Should be. So, one other thing that happened in the league over the weekend, fantasy football. There's a highlight of Geno Smith throwing a pass to Brock Bowers, who, like, mosses a guy.
Yep.
And Brock Bowers shaved his head.
Yes, he did.
Which has led to, potentially, I think, the greatest fantasy nickname we got.
Because he shaved his head?
Yes. Jordan Rodriguez.
Not the Brockness Monster?
No, that was a nickname he had, right? The Brockness Monster?
I think it was Brock Osweiler's nickname, actually.
Okay,
there was a whole bunch of those.
Well, let me tell you. Jordan Rodriguez tweeted out, she gave the nickname and said, is this anything? And a lot of people, myself included, I was like, yes. Brock Bowers, this nickname should stick.
Okay, I'm excited.
You ready for it?
Yes, I'm excited.
He's now a bald freak show tight end.
Yeah.
Flex Luthor. It's so good.
Flex Luthor.
Flex Luthor. What are you worried about over there?
Flex Luthor is good.
It's great.
It's good. He's got to have big biceps.
Flex
for that to work.
Lex
right?
Luthor does.
Oh, you're doing flex. That you're saying fantasy football, Nick.
Fantasy football,
like a flex position.
Lex Luthor because he's bald.
Right.
He's Flex Luthor.
You can play. Yeah. It'd be better if he was like the most muscular tight end in the league,
and he could flex on people.
Yeah. And then he flexes on people, and that's when they start calling him Flex Luthor.
You know what? He should start flexing.
I think
when
he should.
For first downs.
I think he
and
should.
then he'll just be Flex Luthor.
Is he the most built tight end in the league?
I don't know. He's
Who
big.
Who does that go to right now? Trey McBride would be the answer to this question. Brock Bowers. I'm looking at him. No, can't be Flex Luthor.
Why?
Needs bigger arms.
You have to be bald. The joke is about being bald.
I know, but you know, it's a good nickname.
Can't do anything.
I liked Brockness Monster better.
Oh, because he's Scottish.
I don't know that he's Scottish.
I don't know either. He might be. Probably not.
You could do a lot with Brock.
Yes, it is a very nicknameable name. You could have a lot of fun with that.
The Brocket launcher. These are old Osweiler nicknames that I'm finding here. Brocket Power. Brocktoberfest.
Flex Luthor. I thought we had something.
It is good. No, it is good. I like it. I got to put him at my flex then? I'm taking it way too literally. I'm so deep in so many fantasy leagues right now because they're all drafting within 4 days of each other.
Yeah.
Let's spread them out, people. A little bit.
I had a draft last night.
Vampire. Favorite pick?
Derrick Henry in the second round.
I mean, that's tough. That's tough to beat.
Tough to beat. 803-0550 is our phone number. We got to check in with some Bills opponents. We're going to do 14 teams in 14 days leading up to the regular season. So we'll check in with all the teams Bills are going to play one a day. Your thoughts on the safety conversation, which it really might be something right now. Sal kind of opened that door for us a little bit more. 803-0550 on WGR. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. You can give a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal, it feels like even though it's a 38-0 blowout and there's lots to get to, and it also didn't mean anything, and we want to get to the joint practice, that the big conversation is going to be about the safety position because Cole Bishop, DeMar Hamlin, we know that's a concern kind of going into this game, going into the season, that they are under-repped. I guess that's the way you'd say it. They're under-repped. What do you make of what happened at safety last night and where the Bills' level of confidence might be in that starting tandem by opening day?
Well, I thought it was rough last night because I didn't think Cole Bishop played particularly well in the limited time he was in, and I know that he's had limited reps, but there was a missed tackle in there. There was a play at the touchdown play that he could have been better on, took a better angle, no doubt. I do think a lot of it has to do with missing time, missing reps, but at the same time, he's on the field now, and those are plays that he's expected to make. Those are spots where he's expected to be. You ask, how confident and comfortable the team is with that starting tandem, and I'm going to tell you, I think from what I saw last night, I would not be surprised if Jordan Hancock starts to creep in to get a little bit of look here, guys. I think Jordan Hancock has looked better than Cole Bishop. Now, some of that is the time on task for Bishop is not as much. Hancock has been there, and now he did get injured last night. Hopefully he's okay. Shoulder injury. He told reporters after that he thinks he's good, but they'll look at that today, and we'll see. But I'm not. I think it's a concern right now. I think it's a concern. That being said, we're still 3 weeks away from opening night, right? I mean, last night was the 3. If you go back to last night, it's 3 weeks from last night is when the Bills play their first game. That's still a lot of time to get Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp a lot more reps. And I mean, as I sit here now, I'd still be surprised if Cole Bishop wasn't the starter and Taylor Rapp wasn't the starter. But I do think that the Bills have to take a hard look at it and say, okay, what do we have here?
Well, the Bills get smoked by the Bears.
Yeah, they had what was it? 120 something yards of total offense. What did they have? Frank Gore had like half their offense last night.
Yeah,
I know that. The final numbers came to 180. And he had 81 of the 180. 528 to 180. If that were a regular season game, it'd be one of the biggest disparities in NFL history in terms of total yardage. 528 to 180. Caleb Williams played, so that helps, right? I mean,
he was great.
I had one group chat. The guys actually went away for a fantasy football weekend this week, and they're all like, "Look at this disaster in the first quarter." I'm like, "Guys, settle down. Look who's covering DJ Moore."
Right.
Codrington. Codrington is covering DJ Moore. He's a punt returner. Like they don't care enough to put a real corner on him. They've got the punt returner covering the number one receiver. You don't have to care about it, especially the Bears starters, just torching the Bills. Andreessen's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, Andreessen in coverage, which is something the Bills would try to avoid an awful lot. You do not want him in coverage, and he's covering Colston Loveland.
Right, in space. Did he go 9th overall? Like, he was a top 10 pick, wasn't he?
Yep.
So, like, they had backups in against starters. I don't know if that's the excuse for the second half. The Bills get shut out 38-0 by the Chicago Bears in preseason game number 2 last night. The Bills did not start Josh Allen. It was Mike White and Mitch Trubisky at quarterback. Injury-wise, came out okay. Only defensive back Jordan Hancock left the game in the third quarter with a shoulder injury. Said afterwards, though, that he should be okay. Bills at Bucks is the final preseason game Saturday at 7:30. we are 20 days away from Bills-Ravens to open the regular season. The Cincinnati Bengals are talking trade with edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. Diana Rossini reports the Bengals have been engaged for weeks with teams like the Panthers, the Colts, the Browns, among others. Bengals want an impact player and a draft pick in return for Hendrickson, who led the league in sacks last season. Jordan Schultz reporting the Commanders are looking to trade their starting running back, Brian Robinson, for trade. Robinson is in the final year of his rookie contract. Kevin Stefanski expected to make his starting quarterback announcement this week, and most expected to be Joe Flacco. Scotty Scheffler wins the BMW Championship by 2, chipped in on 17 yesterday to beat Robert McIntyre. And in baseball, Yankees won last night, Red Sox and Blue Jays lose. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Contract talks between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals remain at an impasse, and Cincinnati is listening to trade offers for their 4-time Pro Bowl defensive end. Right now, Hendrickson remains with the team. They got a game tonight in Washington. He is on that trip. The sides have been in agreement for several weeks on the big numbers, the years and the money, but the Bengals to this point have been unwilling to do what they did for Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, which is give guarantees beyond the 2025 season. Back before the draft, the Bengals had an offer on the table that was a second-round pick and change. At that time, they weren't willing to engage with that. They wanted a first-rounder. My understanding is that the price has softened or at least changed a little bit. At this point, the Bengals would want a player, somebody who maybe could even replace some of the production they got from Trey Hendrickson, as well as a pick in the 2026 draft.
So, could the Bills do that? Listen, it's been 3 hours, I think, since A.J. Epinesa was traded, but on the show, I mean. Like, everybody calls in and trades Epinesa every day. That's a player you could send back and replace some of the production. And I mean, some, you're talking fractional. But, Epinesa and a what? The offers at the draft were a second and change. I wonder if the Bills were offering a second and change.
Yeah.
The Bills had picks, right? They had 2 seconds. The Bills had 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Were they offering Cincinnati, hey, give you a second-round pick for that guy? Probably not, because at the draft they also would have needed to find the room to get that done.
And at that point, they would have already signed everybody except for, Elijah Moore.
And Cook. But, yeah,
Right, but Cook doesn't affect this year.
Right, not this cap. In fact, he gave them room. You wonder if they had called Cincinnati and been told, under no circumstance will we trade him to you, which is why you go for Joey Bosa. Maybe the call is made much earlier in the year, because Hendrickson, this has been going on for a while.
2 years.
I'm sure it's no secret. So, anyway, there's Hendrickson from Tom Pelissero. Jeremy and Joe, you want to do Cincinnati? We got 14 teams in 14 days. We'll check in with each Bills opponent, a little bit of a preview. We talked to Joe Goodberry maybe a week or two ago, so that conversation about the Bengals kind of fits into this 14 teams in 14 days, which is brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Get a Northtown Engine Shield engine protection warranty on new and used vehicles. Cincinnati, they play tonight.
They play tonight against the Commanders. I think that's on ESPN.
It's the Holdout Bowl. Or the Hold-In Bowl.
The Hold-In Bowl.
I had seen some progress for Terry McLaurin that he's going to start practicing again.
He's been activated off the PUP list, but he doesn't have a contract yet.
I wonder if that's the James Cook track. Hey, let's get you back to practice and we'll get back to the table. So we'll see about that.
But otherwise, I mean, the Bengals camp is that they didn't have Shamar Stewart at the beginning, and he's looked good, I guess, since returning. Athletic freak, didn't produce almost anything at college, but he's athletically almost a 10.0 on the RAS score. But without Hendrickson there, I mean, new D coordinator also, Al Golden. They brought him in from Notre Dame. So that's a change, but the personnel and the roster still doesn't look strong at all for Cincinnati. So, yeah, the story for them is that, one, Hendrickson is not there, and this has been going on forever, and it doesn't seem like a resolution's anywhere close. And then they're playing Burrow in the preseason. So, let's see if they could shed the, hey, we stink in week 1 thing that they've been going through for 5 years, or maybe the entire time Burrow and Zach Taylor have been there.
Didn't he already do that?
By what?
Playing in the first preseason game and playing great.
Well, no, but they have to actually go and do it.
Right.
Right. But they're trying a different strategy, but they have this reputation, which is backed up with how they've played, for being terrible in week 1.
Right.
They're telling everyone through their actions they think it's because they don't play in the preseason.
That's right. And he threw 5 interceptions in a game against the Steelers to open the season 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And last year they lost to
New England
in their opener.
And this year they have Cleveland. It's on the road at Cleveland. Yeah. If they lose to Cleveland, what are they going to be favored by in that game? I mean, I'm sure, actually, I know it's out. I don't know it off the top of my head.
The Bengals?
But they're going to be a huge favorite in that game.
I bet I think. I'm going to guess.
All right.
I bet the Bengals in Cleveland. By the way, the Browns are going to announce their starter
this week.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Flacco, I think. Sanders hasn't been healthy.
Okay.
And Gabriel hasn't been healthy. Pickett, I haven't heard a word about all summer.
But if it's Joe Flacco, it's an absolute embarrassment.
Like Flacco, they haven't even been playing. Like they've been resting him in the preseason.
I mean, I guess you have to try to win games, but
why is it an embarrassment?
Because it's Joe Flacco.
Yeah,
because he came back for you. Was it 2 years ago?
2 years ago, and he won comeback player of the year, which is the most absurd award
and also
ever given out.
Turned the ball over a lot, and it was kind of like a joke 2 years ago, and you're back on it.
Yeah,
man, absolutely wild. Okay. Before we get back to calls here, did
you guess the line, by the way?
The line on Bengals-Browns. The Bengals are at the Browns. The line is 7.5.
7.5. Oh, look, it's actually not up. Hold on, I'll find it somewhere else. Why would it not be up? Hendrickson? That can't possibly be right.
No, it'll be up. Maybe because the Browns don't have their starter named.
All right, 7.5 you're guessing?
Yeah.
At DraftKings Sportsbook, the Bengals are favored by 10.
Okay.
On the road by 10.
So that's your Bengals preview for you. I want to get to something I arrived at on the Chiefs for you.
After watching Chiefs Kingdom, like of course you did.
Yeah, right. No, I just looked at the schedule.
Their schedule?
I looked at their schedule, and I looked at the Bills' schedule. The reason to look at the Chiefs' schedule was the news on Rashee Rice not likely to be suspended until at least September 30th.
Right.
Which means he will play or be available for Chargers, Eagles, Giants, Ravens.
Okay.
3 tough games. If he's suspended very soon after, that's Jaguars, Lions, Raiders, Commanders, Bills before their bye week.
Okay.
So what I was getting to, Joe, was simply this. The Bills and the Chiefs on their first 8 games. The Bills' first 8 games and the Chiefs' first 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and Howard picks the Bills, but for the purposes of this, let's do it really quickly.
Sure.
You want to give them a loss to the Ravens to be conservative?
Sure.
Let's even do that.
Okay.
Jets,
Win.
Dolphins,
Win.
Saints,
Win.
Patriots,
Win.
Falcons,
Win.
Panthers.
Win.
So conservatively, if you want to even give them one more.
Conservatively 7-1.
Give them one more loss. That's 6-1 because they have a bye week.
All right, yeah.
But 6-1, possibly 7-0, possibly 5-2.
5-2 seems like fine.
Right.
5-2 is like almost a little bit of a disappointment.
Okay. Now do the Chiefs up to that exact game.
Okay.
Chargers.
Win.
Eagles.
Loss.
Giants.
Win.
Ravens.
Loss.
Jaguars.
Win.
Lions.
Loss.
Raiders.
Win.
Commanders. Whatever you want.
Loss.
What I'm getting at is then they come here on November 2nd. I laid this out on Friday. How much would you feel comfortable saying that game, while it won't be for the 1 seed, will be for we're not going to have to go to Arrowhead?
I feel like that is definitely
if the Bills are
that's definitely how their season should play out.
Yes, Bills are 6-1 going into that game, and the Chiefs are 7-2. Fine, win that
game, and that's giving them a lot of credit.
That's right,
7-2 with that schedule.
Win that game, and I don't know if you'll be home for the entire playoffs, but you would have a stranglehold on. Well, at least we're not going to go there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I feel like we're going to be here on November 2nd in pregame saying, all right, win, and you can pretty much cross off a trip to Arrowhead. If just on strength of schedule, the season kind of plays out in those first 8-9 weeks the way that it looks like it will.
Yeah, which is good because that will give that game extra meaning, which I think will be needed.
Yes.
Beyond you beat the Chiefs in the regular season again. Congratulations.
Right.
Like, everything about that game will get said in that tone. But if you have... Because it's amazing the Bills have beaten the Chiefs in all of these regular seasons, and only one time have they not had to go to Arrowhead, right? It's never been, hey, you always go to Arrowhead because you can't beat them. It's been, you always go to Arrowhead because you mess it up in other games.
Yeah.
And this year, their schedules are looking like that. That can't happen this year. This cannot be a year where you're going on the road to Kansas City with their division being what it is, with the Bills' division being what it is, and then what their schedules look like. Cannot have a worse regular season record than them. It's part of why I don't really... I can totally see a scenario where they don't have to play the Chiefs at all. Because I think their road is tougher. And I think them getting through it is going to be a lot harder than it's been in past years. Not being the 1 seed, not getting the AFC South winner in round 2. I think that might be more than just... I would hope, of course, that's more than just, hey, you don't have to go to Arrowhead in the playoffs. It's, let me really throw their season into, you are fighting with Denver.
Yeah.
Let me put you down there. I'm good in my division, and I'm fighting with Baltimore for the 1 seed. I'll handle that. But go ahead. You have fun with the Broncos. See if you can hold them off.
803-0550. One other quick note, one of them mentioned here. So the Browns have signed rookie receiver Isaiah Bond.
Okay.
3 years, $3 million, fully guaranteed.
Okay. Here are the Browns, all these fully guaranteed contracts.
Well, why'd they give Isaiah Bond $3 million fully guaranteed? Because he's a free agent. He didn't get drafted.
Right, so he can...
So he gets a $53,000 signing bonus and fully guaranteed base salaries the next 3 years. He went undrafted after being accused of sexual assault in April. A grand jury no-billed the case last week, and Bond is in Cleveland. And one thing I wonder, were the Bills going to consider it? Would they ever have considered it? They met with him everywhere in the pre-draft. He was all over their board. Had to be. Why do you meet with somebody 6 times, 5-6 times? Not because you're not interested. So Bond would have been a potential target. He doesn't get drafted. He's available last week. He signs with the Browns, 3 years, fully guaranteed $3 million. And I don't know, maybe the case, maybe Bean doesn't want to, like, let's just not go there. They did their due diligence. They don't like what they came out with. Who knows? Maybe in the 6 visits they took him off their board. Or maybe up until right now, they would have thought, well, if we do it, who are we getting rid of? More? You have to create cap space. Not much. It's like $1 million.
Well, to put him on the roster. Because that's kind of what Cleveland just did.
Right. Put him on the roster.
Because it's not just, hey, we bring him in and Wilkerson goes away.
Right.
We bring him in and he's expected to make the roster.
He takes Moore's job or Shaver's job or...
It could be Moore. Moore is the post-draft ad. And if they met all those times with Isaiah Bond, if he had no legal trouble at all, whatever happened there doesn't happen, then he gets drafted in what? Day 2?
The second or third round.
And if the Bills were the team to do that, they are not signing Elijah Moore.
No way.
There's no chance.
In fact, there's a lot of things different if they draft that guy.
A lot of things are different. So at that point, I think
no one calls us Jerry and Joe.
No, they've drafted a receiver in the second round. So Moore, I think, is kind of in a weird way his replacement.
Yeah.
So with him here, and getting guaranteed money this season, I don't really see how they would coexist.
What I'm asking is, the case gets no billed.
Yeah,
which is not exactly the same as like he was cleared. It's like it's not going to move forward.
Okay.
Well, I mean, whatever. I'm not.
Oh, you know why? Because is Judkins the one who got it like thrown out? Whatever. The Browns have a bunch of different things going on.
And anytime something like this happens, thrown out, toss any term you want on it. It doesn't always mean that cleared of wrongdoing. So without dipping too far into those waters.
Correct.
All I want to say is if the Bills were confident, good on this, clean on this, yesterday, would they have been sitting there thinking, man, we can't. We wish we could. We kind of can't. We're kind of strung up at that position now. We don't have the space. If they had not signed more,
how hard?
Then they might have the space. I'm not.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not here to second guess the Moore signing just because they needed the help and he's here. But this is a player in Bond that they were all over in the pre-draft process.
I guess I would ask them if they were still wondering about him. If you thought he was a second or third round guy, how much of a lift really would it be to do what? Clear one spot and add $1 million per year? Or is it by the way, was it $3 million total or $3 million per year?
$3 million total.
Okay, so I'm adding $1 million per year.
Sure. It's not, to me, it's not about the space. It's about what it would say.
I think if you thought he was a second round guy, you'd just cut Elijah Moore. If you think he's that good, maybe they didn't though. Maybe they thought he was a fourth round guy. Maybe they thought he was a fifth round guy. But if they thought he was a second round guy, you say goodbye to Elijah Moore.
His cap hit this year, Isaiah Bonds, is $857,000.
That'd be like saying right now I wouldn't trade Elijah Moore for a second round pick and eat the dead cap, which I think is absurd. If a team called you today and said we'll give you a second round pick for Elijah Moore, you go, sure,
right,
we'll do that. But I don't know that they had Bond rated that high. Maybe they thought he was a fifth round guy.
That they just met with.
Maybe I thought
all day, every day.
Well, maybe all the other receivers they met with were day three guys, right?
That's right. Torrey Horton, Isaac Tesla, a lot of those. Yeah.
And that was that was only his projected. Last year, Troy Franklin was projected as like an early second round guy. He went in the fifth.
Mm-hmm.
So that can happen.
I just wonder if they would have had a conversation about him right now as he signs his 3-year, $3 million deal.
It's also possible these teams, they said this with Hairston, right? Like they do their own due diligence, whatever, on all those situations. It's possible that while Bond got whatever, what was the term again?
No build.
No build. He might have got that no build, but maybe the Bills did their own due diligence and said, yeah, we don't like what we see here. So even though he might escape league discipline, yeah, we're not comfortable with it.
Right.
And the Browns right now are a team that looks like they're very comfortable doing a lot of things.
Nothing makes them uncomfortable, right, the Browns. CJ in Buffalo is up. Hey, CJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I don't know if you talked about it this morning already. I just tuned in. But is it me or does Elijah Moore look, I guess, for lack of a better term, underwhelming? I say that, and then you guys talk about other receivers, and I think Shavers in the preseason looks phenomenal. It's just the price that they paid for Elijah Moore in comparison to Shavers. I honestly want to think that he's going to stay on the team. I don't know what Brandon Beane thinks or how they feel about the cap or how much they have invested in this year. But I view it as you can't take games off. Yes, it's preseason. No, one game does not dictate exactly what kind of player you are. But you can't take games off. Can you imagine a regular season if Shakir, not that he did it on purpose, but he took a game off? Just like last night, I just can't see Elijah Moore doing that. You can't catch a pass from Mike White. What do you think you're going to catch from Josh Allen? It's going to be a rocket. So he caught it. He dropped a screen yesterday, and my brain was like, "What is happening? You're a little player. We expect you to catch those passes."
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it is though for me. It's one play in a preseason, and sure, maybe Shavers has looked better camp and preseason all the way through. But you're right. Like they are at the salary cap. And what would Shavers make on the team? $1 million? More you have to pay no matter what. So you would cost yourself. Shavers has to be $1 million better than Elijah Moore. And has that been true? And does it even matter? Because Moore, like at some point I do want to care more, I think, about what they've done before. Shavers is a undrafted guy that probably has a limited ceiling. In college, even, he didn't put up crazy numbers. And Elijah Moore, again, a lot of this is like what I thought of him coming into the league. I loved him coming into the league. And I think there are some numbers that point to there's actually a decent player in there. And I'd want to see that out still. I'd still want to explore that in the games that matter, not Mike White's throwing the ball a little bit low and he dropped it and we're playing the Bears in August.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of I'm on metaphors here, I guess. You know what I'd like to be? Not bailing water at that position all the time. But I do think they're better than they were last year. And
as you
again,
even said earlier, the guys that matter are Palmer and Coleman.
Right.
I said
that my latest evaluation of the wide receiver position is it will go as either Palmer or Coleman goes. Shakir will be good. Kincaid will be good. The backs will be important. If you want that position to be good, it's probably Palmer or Coleman that makes the difference. More, you've kind of laid out, Joe, what are the chances I'm going to watch Tyrell Shavers put up big numbers this year or be involved heavily in these games? And it might not be all that likely. Could Moore? Sure. If he's in the middle of the field, the Bills could throw there a lot and get him. But to how big of a difference would he be than Shavers in the same scenario that you kind of laid out? Like, what am I going to watch the season and see Elijah Moore with 100 catches?
Not 100, but I mean,
100 targets.
I've thought that the possibility of him catching 50 passes is possible. And for Shavers, I just don't. I'm not saying it's likely, but I think that's in there. And for Shavers, I don't even think there's a shot. If he's on your team, he's at best doing what Matt Collins did for you, which is blocking and doing the dirty work and catching,
lead you in touchdowns
with 5, right? Maybe he does that, and he's catching 300 yards. Like that is a huge win. Whereas with Moore, I just feel like there is more. No pun intended. There is more. There's more in there. The best case scenario for him is, sure, maybe Coleman isn't taking the step that we thought, or maybe Palmer isn't as good as they thought, and, we have this guy here who's a good separator, and he caught 40 passes for me.
Just to give you a little context here, Isaiah Bond gets more guaranteed money than every single pick after round 2.
Wow.
But
so that's the Browns valuing him at a second round price, basically.
But all the third rounders make more cash through 2 years. One of the things that works for Bond here is it's a 3-year deal. Like if Bond shows up and plays great in year 1, year 2 they're talking extension. Again, that's a long ways away, but he's a speedster that was that.
Yeah, we had guests on to talk about him in the pre-draft process.
Yeah,
maybe one guest.
We at least talked to Zach about him.
It might have just been Zach.
It might have just been
off
Zach.
air, honestly. I did say earlier, by the way, that like that Moore screen yesterday he dropped would have gone for like 2 yards. That might have been. I just rewatched it. He might have got like 15. So it would have been a play.
Dinner, private workout, pro day.
This is the Bills?
Bond.
With Bond?
Yeah. Let me pull up the full list. Zoom meeting. Like they did everything with Bond. He was on the list of multiple visits. So he's in Cleveland now with the Browns. Yeah. Combine, dinner, pro day, private workout, and top 30 visit.
Speedster. Would have liked that speed on their offense somewhere.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe getting in about the Bills. 38-0 shellacking at the hands of the Bears. It was a rough one. It's a rough one. Caleb Williams looked good. Good for him. And Ben Johnson, good for them.
You said you hate the Luther Bird in 87. How do we feel about Williams wearing the 18 still?
It's fine. Peyton Manning wore 18. It's fine.
I think I wish he was taller to wear 18.
Yeah. I mean, Burden
He's a little short for 18.
Burden should be wearing a number like 10.
10?
Yeah. 10, 11.
But don't you want him to win 87 back for the wide receivers?
I don't think we can wrestle it away from the tight ends.
You think it's over?
I don't think 87 can be.
The two best tight ends ever wore it.
Right. Gronk and Kelsey. It's over. We can't win. Listen.
You would need Burden to be like a 2,000-yard receiver.
Yeah. We can't get 87 back from the tight ends. That belongs to the tight ends. If you have a phone call to throw our way, we're wide open on the other side. 803-0550 on WGR.
Yeah, you know it wasn't a great day, Sal, when your arrow up led off with the punter. Was the first thing mentioned about arrow up yesterday?
No doubt, and he was actually pretty good, Brad Robbins. I think he's actually a good preseason, no doubt about it. But really, we start with what went wrong, right? And that was everything. I mean, you look at the numbers, the stats. Bills gave up 31 first downs. The Bears beat the Bills in yardage 528 to 180. The Bills went 0 of 8 on third down. I believe last week they were 1 of 7, 1 of 9, somewhere in there. They've converted 1 third down in 2 games, guys. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. It doesn't matter who's playing offense. You have to be better than that. So, no doubt, there were a lot of things last night that coaches. What's the dream scenario in a preseason game, right? You go out there and you do some things right, but you do enough wrong, and it gives the coaches a real good chance to go and say, you know what, this isn't acceptable, and we have to have a better week of practice. Well, that happened, but it multiplied. That's not what Sean McDermott's looking for, and he said it after the game, right? You have to be better than that, and luckily and thankfully, it is a preseason game, and they'll have a chance to go back to Tampa next week and try to, have a better showing for at least that group. I mean, I don't think the starters will play. You never know, but the people who are on the field, they need to have a better showing.
And then in the receiver room, and this is something I thought on the way in today. Consider that for a moment. How much I think about wide receivers. And I had this thought today in the 5 o'clock hour. I thought, when it's all said and done, all of our how are they going to get by at receiver, it's not going to come down to who we thought it comes down to. It really is going to come down to whether or not Palmer and Coleman are good. Those are the 2 guys that are going to matter on whether or not the receiver room is good. Because Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel or Shavers or toss in the next guy up when somebody gets hurt. These are the 3rd, 4th, 5th receivers on the board, 4th, 5th, 6th. And it's Shakir, who we know is good. And who else is going to be good? Is it going to be Palmer or Coleman? They're going to need one of those 2 to be good. And if one of those 2 is good, then they're probably fine because they got pass-catching backs that they like to use. Kincaid. That's another thing about this game yesterday. There's no presence from tight ends without Kincaid or Knox out there. So
Latu with a bad drop yesterday.
Right.
And
Davidson,
that he was going to make the team anyway.
No, Davidson's had a terrible preseason with lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
So, I would almost want to say, take it for what it's worth. When this offense is operating the way it wants to, they're utilizing tight ends and backs, and that's an offense last night that didn't really do that.
I will say, though, I am disappointed that we are sitting here on August 18th, and it feels like the Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel combo right now is just at a 0 for them. Because, sure, they are not high on the depth chart when you come into to training camp and into the preseason, but both of them had a profile that made me think they could help a lot and make an impact on offense this year. Moore's profile as a player, Samuel, some things he's done in the past, not with the Bills last year, and maybe this is not giving Shavers enough credit, or maybe I'm doing too much with the draft status of these players, but I considered Moore and Samuel players that could help them a lot on offense this year. And as good as Shavers has looked in camp and preseason, I just never really give any real possibility to the fact of him making an impact on the offense. He can make the team, and he can come in and block and maybe catch a pass every other game, but I've never considered the possibility that Tyrell Shavers is actually making a week-to-week impact on the offense the way that I considered that for Moore and Samuel.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Owen and Josh here as well. Quad box. Let's go quad box. I want to go quad box on the feed. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't spring that on Owen too fast. Can you just? Is it a one button?
It's a one button. Brother, I'm a professional now, all right? I got it on lock.
Quad box. Let's go. Owen went to Fenway this weekend.
I sure did.
All right.
Yeah.
It was incredible. I'd never been. My dad hadn't been since his bachelor party a couple years before I was born. So for Father's Day, I had heard him talk about it maybe once on the show, and I was like, I should get us out there to see a game at Fenway. Like, I've never been. I've always loved the Red Sox and Fenway itself. And he's a huge baseball romantic, and just it's very sentimental for him. So I was like, we should go watch a baseball game in Boston and go take a weekend down there. So this was the weekend we got.
So you arranged it too.
I originally wanted to get the tickets, and then he was like, let me see if I can put a few feelers out. And he ended up doing that. But it was beautiful. It was a great weekend, a beautiful day. We flew down there. That was where we kind of splurged. We were like, if we drive down, we got to leave Saturday morning. We'll get there at like 2, games at 4. Not going to be able to do anything. Let's fly down there.
So day trip, in and out, Fenway.
In and out. Flew in. We landed at 9 o'clock. We went and got breakfast and went and walked around the whole North End. It was awesome. Saw the Paul Revere House,
Love the North
Old
End.
North Church, everything.
The Freedom Trail.
Yes, it was
awesome.
Unbelievable. And then had some lunch, a couple beers, and then went to the game. And walking into Fenway was like a religious experience for me.
It's tiny, isn't it?
It was.
It's so small.
I was crying. I walked in. I was like, this is overwhelming. It was incredible. So, super fun game too. They beat the Marlins. I don't even remember what the final score was, but Story had a good night. It was awesome.
Hot dog?
Super fun. Oh yeah, Fenway Franks. That was
peanuts.
The number one thing that we talked about the whole game was like, these vendors rock. Like, these guys are awesome.
Yeah.
They're walking around with the giant carts on their head of beer and hot dogs, and like, it was just all part of it. It was really great.
Does Bulldog still do the thing with the peanuts in the beer?
Oh yeah, we did not end up doing peanuts
that?
yesterday, but yeah, absolutely. I do it too. It's awesome.
For those that don't know, what do you soak the peanuts in the beer before
drop
you eat
them in the beer? Yeah.
Yeah, you crack the peanuts and drop them in the beer. Like, get the peanuts all salty, or get the beer salty. Peanuts get all. It's a.
Why wouldn't you just pour salt in the beer?
That's a weird thing to do.
Aren't you able to do
But it's the same thing. You're telling me it makes it better. Why don't I just take some table salt and dump it in my beer?
Because it doesn't have peanuts.
Yeah.
You need the peanuts.
The peanuts are,
And I think, is this the thing I made up in my head? If something has lost carbonation, you throw a little bit of salt in it, it'll recarbonate a little bit?
That can't be possible.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
That's the thing.
Is a
It
major discovery.
recarbonates it?
Yeah.
It's probably more effective than when,
Adding
kids
salt-
try to blow the bubbles back in through the straw.
No, okay. It does not recarbonate it. It causes the dissolved carbon dioxide to be released, making the drink go flat.
So
it's
the opposite.
Right. It's the kind of thing that someone probably told me once. You're like, look, the bubbles come out. Like, oh, yeah.
Right.
That must work.
But that's making it flat.
It's the opposite, yes.
I just found a YouTube video, a $5 carbonation machine. So
wow.
We'll be testing that out in science class later.
I mean, you could just get a soda stream. Those work.
Those are pretty cool.
They are pretty cool. So Owen went to Boston and Fenway. Nice. Very nice.
It was great.
Home of Liverpool's Bank, as Sammy P calls the Red Sox.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Liverpool's
I got this
Bank.
sweet, the Fenway hat that's like, I never realized that these
I
sort
do
of
like the Fenway
green
hat.
hats.
Yeah.
I was like, what's that color? It's weird. It's the color of the
monster.
wall. It's the color of the stick.
Their City Connect uniforms this year were the wall.
Yeah.
And like the font was the scoreboard and everything.
I think the City Connects were the blue and yellow, which is what they wore.
Okay.
I think those are the City Connects. The Fenway, those green ones.
I've seen the green ones too, though.
Those are. I think those might be a different specialty thing, but they were wearing the blue and the yellow, which was cool to see.
No, it's 2025 City Connect.
It is the City Connect.
The blue and yellow were last year's City Connect. It looks like.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But those were sweet too.
Nice.
Cool to see that. The catcher's gear looked really good with the blue and the yellow. It was a very cool notice.
I haven't been to Fenway in a long time. I went. I think I only went once, not twice.
I've never been.
It's great. There's a Bills backers bar.
Should get there.
In it?
There is.
Yeah.
What do you mean in it?
I mean, under the outdoor
There's a
bleacher. Yeah.
garage door that opens up like in center field. That's glass, like you can see into the bar.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it's a Bills backers bar in there. which I had no idea about.
Yep.
Which is really cool.
What's it called?
Ooh.
But it's
That's
like
a big
in the
question
stadium.
now.
Like
it's
you've got
inside. It's inside Fenway.
It's inside Fenway.
And it's got it's like these windows we've got right here, but it's a garage door, and there's you see people in there, and then they close it for the game because I don't think you can watch the game from in there. I don't think they let you.
Bleacher bar.
Bleacher bar. Makes
It's a Bills
sense.
backer bar.
Okay.
Yep. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff.
One ballpark I'd have to get to. Would that be number one, or would I go Wrigley first?
That's got to be number one, right?
Like one, like you just make sure you do this one. Fenway?
I feel like it's Fenway.
I've been to both. Choosing
Are those the right two to pick, by the way? Those are the right two to pick, right? Because the history of it?
Sure. Yeah.
PNC's awesome, but there's
It's
not.
it's great.
It's
It's
not
great.
the same historical icon.
I also can't bring myself to give the Pittsburgh Pirates money.
Right.
Will in Buffalo. Hey, Will, good morning. Hey, Will, you're up. All right, no Will. Sorry, Will.
Apparently not.
Was that Will Levis? We can only assume. I'm going to start doing that. When calls drop off, I'm just going to assume that's Will Levis, but he must have something going on.
So that's what you did this weekend. I went away and had a 3-day fantasy football trip with the guys that we've been doing this with for 17 years for. Our place we were at had an indoor pickleball court. I've never played pickleball, and I instantly became like the biggest pickleball fan that there is. Have you played?
Is it your identity now?
Not my identity, but I want to get good at it.
We got to get a league.
I mean, I'm already decent at it, but I was playing against guys that also I think had never played it before.
I've never played it. I would only assume
it's awesome.
Is easy the wrong word? Is it easy to pick up and fun?
Yes, it's easy. It's easy to pick up if you've got a moderate level of athleticism.
Isn't that kind of the point of that? Like everything I hear about it is it's like anybody can kind of do this, and it's fun.
Definitely,
you'll find different people at different levels of it, but it's kind of just
for sure. But
pick it up and go.
There still is like an opportunity to like run down and make like crazy shots.
Yeah, right.
Like, you can run
like between the legs.
Oh yeah, I did try that at one point, and it did go actually. It did actually go okay.
You have to try it. You can't play tennis and not try it.
No, I definitely did. The other guys were not happy about that at the time. Like, what are we doing? We're showing us up in pickleball. But you can do crazy shots.
All right.
And you do have to run a little bit.
My weekend included, I went to the local hardware store for a quick run and stuff. And you ever have one of those things where there's a meme online where a guy will lay out like 5 or 6 things, and his wife or girlfriend will pick them up. And he's like, pick up this. Now pick up this. Like, pick up the tongs. And does she click them together? Like, the things that you just...
I have never picked up tongs without clicking them together.
Or pick up the football and you throw it up in the air to yourself. You have to do that.
Yeah.
That happened to me at the hardware store because there's this big giant display, and there are these 170-gallon tubs for storage. You store things in these Husky brand, whatever, 170-gallon tubs. What did I do when I got there? I opened that thing up.
Of course.
Unlatch it, look inside.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing in there.
Yeah, that's right. That looks like about 170 gallons. Yeah, it's a lot. It's pretty big. Put it back down, close it.
Yep.
What do I have? I don't even need for that.
No.
But I can't not.
You got to look.
I got to open that thing.
Yeah.
I got to look.
Just to see.
Yep.
Because otherwise you'll be thinking the rest of the day about what might have been in
wish
there.
I had opened the latches on that 170-gallon tub. How do you not do it?
Yeah.
I used to, when I was building houses as a carpenter, in the morning I would get there. I was always early for whatever reason because I was an OCD freak. But I would get there and I'd go in the trailer and I'd just open all the toolboxes and just look at all the tools.
Yeah.
Just like, I like the drill, like, oh, the drill works. All right, cool. Batteries charged. Nice. Like all that stuff.
Every time I go, I'm walking up and down the power tools aisle, and I am just thinking, what do I need? What do I need in this aisle? I need something.
Right.
I need something. And I'll, pick something up. I'm like, I don't even know what this does, but I probably need it. I probably have this. We got the quad box. Josh is over here just silent, preparing for Everton's big tilt this afternoon.
Hey, listen, they're playing the prime time.
Swamped.
That's what matters.
Prime time.
3 p.m. I'm ready.
This is like when the Jags and Titans get put in prime time.
Come on. It's a disservice to Leeds and Everton.
Leeds is back.
Leeds is back.
Leeds.
I'm bet Leeds today.
I'm confident today. I feel good. I think they're going to do all right today.
Good.
And by about 3:37, my afternoon will be ruined. And
does it start at 3?
You're confident?
Yeah.
You're confident? Where's the game?
Actually, I'm not sure.
Are they open? This is not the new Everton Stadium?
It is.
Opening?
It's at Leeds.
At Leeds. Okay. Leeds is favored.
Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping it was going to be home.
Leeds is favored over Everton. Give me Everton being relegated. Enough of them.
Come on. They've never been relegated.
Get them out of here.
Their existence is the worst existence in sports.
They've never been relegated. How many teams can say that?
To draw and be boring. Everybody. It's every game 1-1 is a great job by them every single week.
It's always a hard fought point.
Yeah.
And it's annoying.
I think we have an accidental maybe nickname. Yeah, thanks to Steve who wrote in. He wrote "Everybody Eats" in the quad box. We should be calling this the "Everybody Eats" quad box.
Wow.
We're all here. We're all splitting the screen.
Somebody sponsor
Just,
it.
four little squares on the old YouTube feed. 4 of us at the same time.
I like it.
Everybody eats.
I like it.
Dave in Arcade on Fenway. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I just was want to chime in on the baseball experience with the father. Just my dad. I'm from a family of 16, and the only major league park I've ever been to was in Toronto because my dad was a Dave Steve fan, and who do you guys want to see? Me and my brother wanted to see Oakland. Well, we're going to go see Kansas City because we like George Brett, too. It was an experience of a lifetime. It's like walking into a cathedral.
Yeah.
Even that crappy stadium, but it's something I carry with me. It was 35 years ago, 40 years ago, but no, it's just you can't compare going to a major league game with your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. So
thanks, Dave.
That's all. And we got to go to the Hockey Hall of Fame too. So I got my picture taken next to the Stanley Cup.
There you go.
Very nice. Thanks, Dave.
I will say there would be something. That's why I thought of Wrigley and Fenway right away. Is going to, he said, cathedral, like a venue that this has been happening here for 100 years, which football just doesn't give that to you.
No.
Right.
We're celebrating the stadium this year as it goes away. There's a ton of great memories, obviously, in that, but it's 50 years. This is 120, if not more.
Yeah. It was like the caller just said. I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life.
Are the seats still really small?
Oh, yeah. We were in a little box seat.
They're tiny.
Oh, dude, you cannot imagine how small these seats are.
Interesting.
I felt, me and Dad are.
Why are they so small?
Because it's ancient.
It's 100 years ago. People were small.
Well, they've replaced the seats.
Well,
I assume they've renovated.
It's all,
they're old school.
The capacity's not that big to begin with. Bigger seats means fewer people.
Yeah.
Isn't TD Garden the same way? Aren't those seats also really tight together?
No idea.
That one I don't know.
I remember reading something one time. Somebody went to a game at TD Garden, and it's just you're on top of each other because the stadium hasn't been upgraded in years.
No, you're right. Their capacity is exactly the same as it was when it first opened.
Yeah, I mean, except for the seats they put on top of the monster.
Right.
Right.
Which that'd be pretty cool to sit up there.
Oh, believe me, I thought about it, but then it's a lot of money to be up there.
I believe it. 803-0550. It is Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 o'clock. The Bills, of course, just absolutely kind of no-show there in Chicago with the backups. 38-0. Bears win. Next preseason game will be Saturday against the Bucs. And tonight, Bengals and Commanders. So we'll see what comes of it tonight. You can give us a ring. Of course, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show has your phone calls as well, all coming up here on WGR. Jeremy went here for FanDuel Sports. Justin Simmons. You did mention Justin Simmons.
He was in Atlanta last year after being in Denver for a while and looking at his Pro Football Focus stuff. That went okay, but not great. 32 years old. I don't know. What am I going to hear immediately about that idea? Sal's voice in my head, how they love their safeties to have all the reps and experience in the system, right? And a guy walking off the street and starting. Like, talent level, that might be there. But I guess I'm not sure that they would be willing to just start a guy at that position off the street compared to other positions.
It is a spot that I saw Jay Skursky of the News tweeting this last night. Their addressing of the safety spot behind Cole Bishop was, re-signing Hamlin and adding Derek Forrest for, almost nothing.
If we heard from him at all.
Right. And so the day of the draft, or 2 days before the draft, Malachi Starks came up as an idea, and Sal, told us they're not going to take a safety. They like their guys. They like Rapp and Bishop. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how that comes together. Those two need reps. I wonder if we would be talking about them no matter what, if they still needed reps. It's a real prove-it position for us, right? A lot of their other spots have guys we know are good. Linebacker, fine, good, great even, with Bernard and Milano. Corner, I know Benford's great. Trey White, okay, we'll see. First-round pick, Maxwell Hairston. There's a lot of pedigree there, and there's at least one elite guy holding it down. Defensive line. Ed Oliver's paid. Rousseau's paid. Epenesa's a veteran. Bosa has had success. If you're looking around the Bills' defense, the position to be confident, there's a few. And I think safety is one where almost no matter what, until we actually see them in the regular season, we're going to wonder, is that going to work with Rapp and Bishop? Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. You can give a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sal, it feels like even though it's a 38-0 blowout and there's lots to get to, and it also didn't mean anything, and we want to get to the joint practice, that the big conversation is going to be about the safety position because Cole Bishop, Damar Hamlin, we know that's a concern kind of going into this game, going into the season, that they are under-repped. I guess that's the way you'd say it. They're under-repped. What do you make of what happened at safety last night and where the Bills' level of confidence might be in that starting tandem by opening day?
Well, I thought it was rough last night because I didn't think Cole Bishop played particularly well in the limited time he was in, and I know that he's had limited reps, but there was a missed tackle in there. There was a play at the touchdown play that he could have been better on, took a better angle, no doubt. I do think a lot of it has to do with missing time, missing reps, but at the same time, he's on the field now, and those are plays that he's expected to make. Those are spots where he's expected to be. You ask, how confident and comfortable the team is with that starting tandem, and I'm going to tell you, I think from what I saw last night, I would not be surprised if Jordan Hancock starts to creep in to get a little bit of look here, guys. I think Jordan Hancock has looked better than Cole Bishop. Now, some of that is the time on task for Bishop is not as much. Hancock has been there, and now he did get injured last night. Hopefully he's okay. Shoulder injury. He told reporters after that he thinks he's good, but they'll look at that today, and we'll see. But I'm not. I think it's a concern right now. I think it's a concern. That being said, we're still 3 weeks away from opening night, right? I mean, last night was the 3. If you go back to last night, it's 3 weeks from last night is when the Bills play their first game. That's still a lot of time to get Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp a lot more reps. And I mean, as I sit here now, I'd still be surprised if Cole Bishop wasn't the starter and Taylor Rapp wasn't the starter. But I do think that the Bills have to take a hard look at it and say, okay, what do we have here?
Okay. So, here we go. Extendo Sports.
So the I think we got the unofficial end of postseason bans in college sports
because
this
Michigan
weekend.
got fined $1 billion.
Yeah, but even the NCAA wrote in their announcement that they believed wholeheartedly that what Michigan did deserved a postseason ban, but that it wouldn't be fair to the kids and those that run the program now that are no longer affiliated. Which has never stopped them before.
No, that's right.
Which I think is just cover for, we don't have the authority
It's also,
to keep these out of the postseason.
That's part of supposed to be the deterrent is you will ruin this for other people.
Right.
But,
Well, I guess the other reason why is, this is part of it, they don't have the authority to. The college football playoff doesn't have to adhere, I guess, to the NCAA's postseason bans.
Right.
So they could say, Michigan could get a postseason ban and then go undefeated. And guess what's going to happen? They're going to be in the playoff. So the NCAA just knows, well, it's not going to matter anyway, so why do it? Let's just fine them. Michigan. Ohio State, Texas, by the way, that's week 1 in college football. Number 1 versus number 3. Just found that out this week, that was actually the matchup in week 1. Awesome.
Yeah, August 30th.
12 days.
It's big noon kickoff. What time is kickoff?
That's got to be a night game, right?
You would hope. It's at noon.
It's at noon. Noon week 1 for number 1 versus number 3.
Noon.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Listen, I like that we are allowed to complain about games being on too late and also too early. If that game were not...
I might like it at noon for that big a game.
Noon. Well, I call it big noon kickoff for a reason.
Yeah.
All right. Jared, hang through the break if you can. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. They can hopefully help you out a little bit here.
Diana Rossini just had very quickly. The price, the Bengals are asking for a first-round pick and a young defensive player. That's their exact asking price for Trey Hendrickson. 2026 first and a young defensive player.
But it does not have to be a pass rusher.
Doesn't say that. It just says young defensive player.
Can I interest you in Cole
Bishop? Sorry.
I wonder if he's the next, whatever, person to be traded every day on the air. Okay, that's it for us. We're back tomorrow. Bills lose 38-0. Buffalo Bills football Monday, kind of. We did all right.